your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We are one day away from Friday. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have the NFL draft tonight. Who will your team take? You have the Raiders. They are drafting with the number 6 pick. You have the Niners drafting with the number 11 pick. And will there be any surprises happening tonight with the Raiders or with the Niners? Some people say the Niners might trade down. Some people say the Niners might trade up. The Raiders, you know what I want? Ashton Jeanty, come on home. Come on home, Ashton Jeanty, to a historic franchise of running backs. And you can be the very next one. Plenty of Kings talk to break down, as well as you have Scott Perry was on the morning show. We will replay that for you at 1 o'clock, and very excited for the acquisition, or for Scott Perry joining the Kings organization. I love the way he carries himself. I love the way he speaks about the team, and he was great on the morning show. So before we get to that full-on replay at 1 o'clock, we'll break down a lot of the things that he had to say. Speaking of GMs, it doesn't always have to end in a championship for the success to be recognized. The Milwaukee Bucks and general manager John Horst have agreed to a multi-year contract extension, sources tell ESPN. The Bucks and Horst's agent reached a new deal this week for the NBA championship executive and one-time exec of the year before his contract expired. The Bucks have made the playoffs in all 8 of Horst's seasons as GM and have a 64% winning percentage, second best in the NBA during that span, per ESPN research. Horst, 42, started in basketball operations roles in Milwaukee and Detroit before being promoted to Bucks GM in 2017. So for me, I thought that this was pretty fascinating, just because a lot of people are saying that Giannis is gone. You know, Kyle and I were speaking before the show, said Giannis should have left a couple years ago. And when it comes to these players that are drafted to smaller markets, you know, they say that you die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. I don't know that Giannis will ever be viewed as a villain in Milwaukee, because he brought that championship. Very similar to, you could even say, LeBron James in Cleveland. You know, he's kind of done his time, whether it's Brooklyn, where we've seen a lot of connections there, or elsewhere. Giannis might be on the way out. So you have a GM that kind of built this, won a championship, and now you are extending him. I don't know if this is a situation to convince Giannis to stay, or if you just trust that he'll be able to do it again. And bringing it back to the Kings and the Scott Perry of it all, now you have a situation where Scott Perry has an opportunity to rebuild this thing, to retool. Like I said, we have some of the notes, but if you trust somebody, you'll let them go through different phases of your franchise. So the Bucks have no clue whether Giannis will stay or not. And I don't know how often if there are words about or rumors about Giannis leaving now under this GM, you'd almost feel like if you wanted to keep Giannis, you'd go in a different direction. So organizations and owners trusting the decisions they made. When you see success, great. Even when you see things change, and there have been multiple head coaches with the Bucks, so they have not seen the success that they've wanted to every single year, based on the top 3 player to top 5 to top 3 to top 1 player that they've had in the league during that tenure with Giannis, and they're sticking it out with him, for better or for worse. So I would hope that Scott Perry with the Kings organization gets this opportunity. And last but not least, as he was asked multiple times yesterday in the presser, and multiple times on this show, that he will be able to have final say. Ultimately, he's not going to be able to answer that for us. We can keep asking him. We can ask him in different languages. We can ask him in different versions of the question. We're not going to know until bleep hits the fan. That's ultimately the situation. So we have all that from Scott Perry on the morning show. Also, normally the headliner on the morning show, but he takes the shotgun seat because of Scott Perry, Sam Amick on the morning show, and he had some really, really important things to say about Domantas Sabonis. So we're breaking all that down. When you talk about a Zach LaVine contract and how bad that looks, what does a Domantas Sabonis contract look to the rest of the league? That's not me, Allen Stiles. I've been accused after Domas had that kind of terrible performance against the Mavericks. I've been accused of being a little too hard on Domas and kind of not looking at his game the correct way. This is not coming from me. We're going to hear from Sam Amick. We're going to hear from what the league views the Domantas Sabonis contract as. So we will talk about all that. Also, we'll hear from Kyle Draper. Kyle Draper mentions a specific player on the Kings that says that he does want Doug Christie to remain the coach. And in about 7 minutes here, I got some information on the Doug Christie situation. It just happened this morning. But what went down is I was trying to really understand what Chris Haynes said yesterday. And what he said, and Chris Haynes was in the building, Chris Haynes said this, okay? Sacramento Kings new general manager Scott Perry says he will have a decision made in a week or so on whether to retain interim head coach Doug Christie or open up the rule. So to me, I was a little bit confused when I read that. So I reached out to a lot of people around the Kings organization, Sacramento media, because if you are in a typical role, right, in a normal job setting, what would happen is, hey, the director left to go to Google, right? So now you are doing director type roles, and they call you into the office. Hey, Johnny, you've been doing a good job. You're going to be doing some director roles. This is an opportunity for you. We are going to open up the position and we'll make a decision. Obviously, you'll be in the runnings. So Johnny will be doing a director role for whatever amount of time, not getting paid because that's how it works in the industry. So Johnny's doing this role. They open up the role. They interview who they need to interview. And then they make a decision. Are they going to continue to rock with Johnny or are they going to go elsewhere? So when I read that from Chris Haynes, I read it about 5 or 6 times. And the way it reads is, okay, so you either decide to retain Doug, or if you open it up, Doug would no longer be in the conversation. That doesn't seem right. So let me read it again. The Sacramento Kings new general manager, Scott Perry, says he will have a decision made in a week or so on whether to retain interim head coach Doug Christie or open up the role. So again, my question was, well, if it's the latter and you open up the role, is Doug's name still in the hat, or would you have passed on from that? So I'm racking my brain on this. I'm texting people. Hey, am I reading this wrong? What am I missing? I got some information that said, yeah, Allen, I wouldn't stress your brain too much on this. I wouldn't stress your brain too much on this. And with that being said, I would be very, 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 very surprised if it's not Doug Christie. I would be very surprised if it's not Doug Christie. When we spoke with Brendan Nunez yesterday, he shared those sentiments. Chris Watkins and myself both thought, wow, the way Scott Perry's talking, his phone is incessantly ringing. This is interesting. Maybe things could go in a different direction. I was told, don't rack your brain on this. Don't overthink it, Allen. Initially, when Scott Perry was hired, within 12 hours of Monty McNair being fired, most of us thought the same thing. That probably means Doug Christie is safe. There was probably a conversation had. Scott Perry had his intro presser yesterday, did a very good job making this head coaching job sound like it's the hottest job in the market, which is a great job by him. But I've been told Scott Perry is very good at what he does. And he got me. I've been told, Allen, trust your initial feeling on these things. Don't rack your brain over all this. And with that being said, as I am saying to you right now, I would be very surprised if it's not Doug Christie. So we're going to break all that down. We're going to hear from Kyle Draper in about 2-3 minutes here. Also, we're breaking down what Scott Perry had to say on the morning show. And this is what we're kicking off, okay? Maybe not every single day, but most days we will have a player the Kings should be interested in. We will give you a breakdown. It could be via trade. It could be via free agency. At 11 o'clock, we kick it off. It won't always be at 11, but it'll always be in the 11 o'clock hour. And I'll guarantee you this much. This is a guy who we have been waiting for years on the Sacramento Kings. And now is the time to strike. And it ain't Kyle Kuzma, and it ain't Cam Johnson. 4 hours with you, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry have finalized a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Save $12,750 off MSRP. Every new 2025 Silverado 1500 LT and RST 5.3 in stock at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. After all rebates. And Maida Chevy still has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $12,750 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Plus trading 2011 renewal. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles taking you up to 2 p.m. And we're talking Doug Christie. We are talking about the man, the myth, the legend in Sacramento and whether or not he will be the guy moving forward. And without further ado, this was Kyle Draper on yesterday's show talking about, and Kyle Draper, play-by-play guy, does a great job, of course, with NBC Sports California, and he's close to the organization, and he says that he's been hearing some things. Here it is.
I'll say this the way. I know there are several players that want Doug back as coach, including Zach LaVine. I heard Zach LaVine went to ownership, management, whatever, and said, I want Doug to be our coach next year. So that's what my sources are telling me.
Tweet that.
Nah, exactly. If I don't tweet it, it's not, I haven't, it's not out
real.
there, right? It ain't real.
That was Kyle Draper talking about Zach LaVine. Now, Zach LaVine, we know, has connections with Doug Christie. They're both from up north. And Kyle and I even joked. We got roasted for this, but Kyle and I at one point thought that they sounded pretty similar to each other. And we played a game, and a lot of people said they don't sound alike. So maybe we'll fire that back up once Doug gets made the head coach and Zach LaVine's coming back for the next season.
I think it was just that one soundbite. He sounded like him.
Right. Well, they're from the same area, so I don't know. I thought I heard something there, but either way, Doug Christie and Zach LaVine, good relationship, and this is the only coach that Zach LaVine knows during his time in Sacramento, and Kyle Draper is saying that he's hearing Zach LaVine is being open about his desire for Doug Christie to remain the head coach. And I think that makes a lot of sense. You only know one guy, right? I don't necessarily. Zach LaVine, he's already been open, and a lot of players have been open about the change that you endure when you do get traded at that trade deadline. So Zach LaVine got traded from Chicago to Sacramento in a situation where it felt like he was going to get traded. He got injured, couldn't move him. Then he has a really good season. They're trying to move him. Then it seems like, oh, no, we're going to try to save the relationship. Then all of a sudden, somebody in Sacramento really, really likes Zach LaVine. They make a deal. De'Aaron Fox is out. Zach LaVine is in. Zach LaVine gets to be coached under a guy that's from the same area. They do know each other on some level. So it's not surprising to me when you hear that word stability, which is something that we hear so much, not about the Kings in the way of them being stable, but what the Kings want. It is not surprising to me at all that Zach LaVine would want to keep Doug Christie. How I felt yesterday, based on what I've heard and based on what I said to kind of kick off the show, how I felt yesterday was the Kings want to move forward with Doug Christie, but Scott Perry also has a bit of a wish list, right? Guys that are really, really highly touted in the league. And if he could convince any of them, or whether that list is 1 to 2 to 3, I think 5 seems like a lot. So maybe 3 guys on that list where Vivek said, if you can convince any of them, then let's have a conversation. After what I've heard this morning, I don't know if that's the case. And if that is the case, those names are probably long shots. And ownership probably feels safe saying, yeah, I mean, if you could get him, then sure, we can have a conversation. But I don't know if you're going to be able to get him, which would say to me that that would say to me that the Taylor Jenkins of the world, the Mike Budenholzer, I would say that those guys are not on that short list. That's what I would say. I would say that these are guys that Scott Perry would truly have to convince. And if he did that, then Doug might be in some trouble, which, again, it feeling like a long shot says to me that it will probably be Doug Christie, and that's essentially what I've heard from a couple different people here.
Well, so we talked about this at the end of the show yesterday, which is this is the least desirable of the job openings, and it would appear that they already have a popular in-house candidate. So, like you said, I think some of these names I listed off, if we're being real, the candidates that would be on a full coaching search, your Taylor Jenkins, your Mike Budenholzers, you could go to Nate McMillan, Jeff Van Gundy, former head coaches that are lead assistants somewhere else, Sam Cassell with the Boston Celtics. I'm sure a lot of those people are just saying no to the position at this point. And maybe part of that is reputation based on the Kings just firing a coach of the year and being like, well, how can I possibly succeed if even this guy couldn't make it?
Right.
I don't know exactly why. There's the fact that a lot of people are waiting to see what happens with this Spurs job or waiting to see what happens with this Grizzlies job. And, maybe if they waited on a coaching search, some of those people would be more willing to come. But it seems like based on the timelines we're being given, if they're going to make a decision quickly, then, as you mentioned earlier, seems like that's leaning towards Doug.
Yeah, within the next week, that's what they said. Going in that direction. What was confusing to me was if you're getting calls and you're about to make a decision, again, based on what Chris Haynes said, you're about to make a decision on Doug, then what was happening in those calls? Were those essentially pre-interviews? Were those, I'm just assessing how interested you are? If I'm getting a call from, Van Gundy or somebody that, okay, I mean, maybe that is somebody that kind of makes your ears perk up. I saw Terry Stotts, assistant coach somewhere, somebody like that might, and I don't know that Terry Stotts even fits that description, but somebody, whatever that person may be.
Hey, Terry Stotts is the Damian Lillard guy.
I know. So whatever those names may be, if he is getting calls right now, but he is making a decision, that tells me that he's essentially assessing interest. But from what I've been told, everybody close to the situation would be incredibly surprised if it wasn't Doug. That's probably the best way to put this.
The phone was ringing. What did he say? Incessantly?
Yes.
Incessantly kind of has a connotation of being negative. Like, oh God, my phone is just ringing.
That's
incessantly.
True.
So I still have the joke, and I think it's funny that it's just David Fizdale calling like 6 times a day. And he can just phrase it as like, my phone's always ringing, but it's Jeff Hornacek and David Fizdale just really want the job, and I don't know what to tell them.
Exactly. My phone's blowing. My phone is blowing up. It's my mother.
Yeah.
My mother is calling to check in on me. My phone is blowing up. I'm out here. I'm popping in these streets. It's my mother and my little sister. That's who's calling me.
Yeah, God, Joe Prunty just keeps calling over and over again. I don't know how to tell him to stop calling.
So, is this a situation where these are pre-interviews, if you could even call it that, or he's just assessing how interested it is? And maybe, there are situations where everybody might look at Sacramento and think it's a bad situation. And the other thing is this. They see Doug Christie and they see an opportunity because of Doug Christie's lack of experience, right? Hey, if you're choosing between Doug and me, I'm going to put my name in the hat because I got more experience than Doug. So of course I'm going to call. And what it probably tells me is everybody calling, there's nobody that's going to leave a situation or is these people probably calling for the Sacramento Kings probably aren't getting other calls, right? I don't know. Are they the same people cold calling the Kings, the Suns? Who else is there, Kyle, without a coach right now?
The Grizzlies.
They're cold calling the Kings, the Suns, the Grizzlies. Somebody going to pick up.
The Nuggets, and no one knows what to do with the Spurs.
So we don't know if the names that are calling are even worth moving on from Doug Christie. We have no clue. And then on top of those names, like we said, when you include the fact that Doug did finish with a record over 500, is very connected to the team, and is who Vivek would prefer to be the coach, then you throw that in there and you compare it to, the Budenholzers or whoever you want. Is there really somebody, if you're Scott Perry, my parents used to have a saying, specifically my mom, pick your battles. Now, this could be a big battle, or it could be a little one, depending on who's interested. If it is whoever Scott Perry deems as a big name or somebody that he really thinks could change, whether it's Van Gundy or whoever it is, then that's a battle worth fighting. But if it's Doug Christie versus Taylor Jenkins, and I think Taylor Jenkins is a good coach, but Doug Christie versus Taylor Jenkins and a Frank Vogel, guys that Taylor Jenkins hasn't been around the block, but Frank Vogel has been let go a couple times. Same with Mike Budenholzer. That might be viewed to Scott Perry as a fight or a battle that is not worth picking with Vivek. And on top of that, he has shown the propensity that if it doesn't go well, I can always can Doug and not look like the bad guy. Do I really want to come in, look like the bad guy, and what if the coach that I choose doesn't do well? They just fired a Mike Brown off a fresh contract that is just starting in about a month or so. So why not just get along to go along, go with Doug Christie? If it doesn't work out, everybody knows that it really wasn't my choice anyway, because it's already been reported that Vivek wanted Doug this whole time. So if I'm Scott Perry, this is the safest option. Why even mess around? Let's go with Doug. If it doesn't work out, I get to move on to get my coach, and nobody's mad at me because I just did what Vivek wanted and what the people of Sacramento, or most people of Sacramento, wants. So works for me. We'll hear from Scott Perry, who was on the morning show, when we return. Now, Sacktown Sports.
The Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, UC Davis, and Sac State with the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com to join.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the A's call-up of last year's first-round pick and fourth selection overall in the draft, Nick Kurtz, is not surprising, but his rise through the A's minor league system is pretty astounding. Kurtz has played in only 32 minor league games, but the numbers are eye-popping. A .336 average, 11 home runs, and 37 RBIs. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Diamond Pacific Supply and Trex, Michelob Ultra, and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Second baseman Zach Geloff, out with that fractured right hand, has started up baseball activity, including fielding grounders and throwing. He has been cleared to start a hitting progression, and the A's remain hopeful that he could return in early May. Ken Waldachuk, left-handed pitcher, out with that left elbow sprain, threw all fastballs in his last bullpen. He's targeting a return before the All-Star break. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Sacramento, get ready. The Sacktown Sports Live events calendar is packed with epic shows you won't want to miss. Classic rock bands, America takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on May 9th. Then hip-hop legend LL Cool J brings the beats to Thunder Valley on May 10th. The Outlaw Music Festival rolls into Toyota Amphitheater on May 18th. And punk pioneers The Dam hit Ace of Spades on May 31st. June heats up with JJ Gray and Mofro at Ace of Spades on June 10th. Plus, country superstars Lee Brice and Walker Hayes at Ironstone Amphitheater on June 21st. Then it's 3 days of country fun at the Country Summer Music Festival at Sonoma County Fairgrounds on June 27th through the 29th. Get your boots ready for the Folsom Pro Rodeo July 3rd through 5th. Then catch Cody Johnson at Golden One Center on July 18th and Parker McCollum at Ironstone Amphitheater on August 16th. Mark your calendars, grab your tickets, and don't miss out. Find all the details at sacktownsports.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Well, when you are the flagship home of the Sacramento Kings, sometimes you get some perks. And a perk that the morning show got, that Scott Perry, new GM for the Kings, had his intro presser yesterday, and it was great stuff. He was on the morning show, and he got to dig a little bit deeper with the guys on some of the things that he said. He talks about the idea that Monty McNair didn't have autonomy in his decisions, and he's essentially asked, hey, if you wanted to do a full-scale rebuild, would you be able to do it? And he also mentions how he has had early conversations with all the players and wants to continue to have some early conversations. Kyle, let's hear from Scott Perry on whether or not he has full autonomy to do a full-scale rebuild if he wants to.
Are you specifically, or have you been empowered to where if you wanted to do a full-scale rebuild or the other, that is, you can absolutely do that? Those options are on the table for you?
I've been empowered to do exactly what I see fit, what is best for this organization, whether it's what you described or whether it's, like you said, build around the edges. I'm in the early assessment phase, obviously, this roster. I believe there is talent here. It's no secret that we need a true point guard with this current mixture of talent on the roster. And there's also no secret, in my opinion, that we need more length and athleticism along the front line if we want to enhance this current group here. So, as I mentioned yesterday in the press conference, I've been spending a lot of time talking with these players, which is important, and want to make sure that I'm setting the course and the vision of how we want to play, what it means to be a Sacramento King, and want to make sure that those guys will be on board with that. And so over the coming days, weeks, months, we're going to learn more about each other, and that will help formulate a lot of the decisions as we move forward.
Great stuff from Scott Perry. And as far as the rebuild, retool situation, the way he's making it sound is he wants to see if these guys are on board. He's not talking about contracts. He's not talking about what makes sense or doesn't make sense. He's simply talking about, do you understand the vision that I am looking for, and do you think you can buy in? And the obvious issue with that, and the obvious, if we were to bring it back to reality, is that some people can't fit that vision, or they all can't fit that vision together. That's the reality. Playing Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine together will not fit your vision of a defensive first team. It just won't, because those three guys aren't good on defense. So you can have as many conversations as you want, and they can tell you, yeah, we want to buy in, but they're not good on defense, not together. So I understand what Scott Perry is saying. There's also a level of this where it's, hey, it's great that they're on the same page, but the reality is somebody got to go. And maybe that's part of the conversation too, where it's, okay, DeMar, it's not that DeMar doesn't see the vision, but we also understand that DeMar is at a different place in his career than maybe we are at in our process, and we're going to do what we can for DeMar to get him where he needs to go. This is my assessment. So I was listening to the interview on the way in, and my assessment is that Vivek has had people around him that he's liked. Vivek has had people around him that he thinks can do a good job. Scott Perry checks all of those boxes, right? So I don't know how much Vivek was friends with Monty McNair. I truly don't know. But for Scott Perry to be here for 3-4 months, we're talking about these 3-4 months like it was 3-4 months is a blink of an eye. I know it wasn't important 3-4 months, but the way we're talking about this 3-4 months, it's like he was here for 3-4 years.
By Sacramento Kings standards, that's kind of a lot.
Fair enough.
To have someone with championship, air quotes, championship pedigree.
Fair enough. Where I'm going with it is the fact that, think about, and I always joke about you meet somebody at summer camp, and most of the time you don't keep in touch. You tell, even if you really get along, you meet your buddy, you both play the same position in baseball. Oh, this is great. We can't wait to hang out when we get back, even though we're about 2 hours away from each other, whatever it is. You never talk to them again. Maybe you're friends with them on Facebook, and, you like it when you see that they have a kid or something like that, but you didn't keep in touch because it was only 3-4 months. So for them to keep in touch from 2017 to now, based on 3 to 4 months, tells me that they have a strong relationship. Maybe a stronger relationship than Vivek had with Monty McNair. That's number one. Number two, like I said, That's as far as liking him. As far as thinking he can do a good job, what he did during those 3-4 months, a lot of people were happy with it. Then he goes on to help build the Knicks to where they are now. So there's the second box. He likes, or he believes that he can do a good job. Now I have a third box that I just created in my mind, if you will. And when you see Vivek and they're nothing like us, and he sits front row and center, and he's always taking pictures with just the most random people that could be at these games, honestly, I think Vivek thinks that Scott Perry is cool. I do. I think that Vivek sees Scott Perry as somebody that, and he is cool, by the way he carries himself. He was in New York for years. He's got an infectious laugh. And I'm not trying to boil this down like it's high school, but when somebody is cool, you tend to trust them more. How many sitcoms have we watched where the cool kid tells the main character who's kind of a nerd to do something, and they do it, whether it's good or bad, but they do it. And I think that the way Scott Perry carries himself, the way he is known around the league, I think Vivek sees that, and he believes that can help Sacramento. And to bring this all back around, with that being said, I believe that makes me feel more confident that Scott Perry will have more autonomy than Monty McNair, and then even a Vlade Divac, especially more than Monty McNair, because he believes he'll do a good job, he likes him, and he knows that other people like him. Vivek likes the fact that Draymond Green is on his podcast saying that it's a home run hire. He likes that. And I believe as long as Scott Perry makes the right decisions, or the decisions that end up being hits, not misses, that Vivek will stay out of the way. And even if there are a couple misses, he will get the benefit of the doubt more so than Monty McNair did. Because I don't know how much Vivek liked Monty McNair, and I definitely don't think that Vivek thought that he was cool. And yeah, I'm having a little bit of fun with it, but I do think it matters. I do think it matters. Scott Perry is this popular guy. He's on Hoop Genius. He's known around the league, and he's coming back to Sacramento. Yeah, I'll stay out of the way for that. Monty McNair, God bless him and his vests. I don't really like some of the moves. You're dropping another guard. I don't know. Let me hop in here. I don't. Are you sure, Monty? But Scott Perry, hey, Vivek, man, hey, it's all good, man. I got you. Don't worry. We know what we're doing. You know, you can be in the room. You can give input, but don't worry, man. I'm going to take care of you. We're going to do this together. So that is my assessment on Scott Perry and Vivek's relationship. And a lot of that is just me kind of reading the tea leaves. But this feels like a situation where Vivek, I don't know if I don't want to say looks up to, but he believes that having Scott Perry in Sacramento is a good look for Sacramento. And we can say whatever we want about Vivek and some of the decisions that he's hopped in and made. We know that man loves Sacramento, and we know that man wants the best for Sacramento, sometimes to a fault. So bringing Scott Perry in, I believe that he thinks he's going to do a good job. He thinks he's known around the league as somebody who knows what he is doing, and he likes him. And those things mean that Scott Perry will get more the benefit of the doubt than we've seen from the GMs of the past. I truly, truly believe that. Let's keep the conversation going. Bottom of the hour, so let's get to some of your calls as well, 916-339-1140, and your texts, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you've always wanted to be a part of that Jeep life, there's no better time than now than the 2025 Jeep Wrangler. And no one has a better selection than Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. The Jeep Wrangler has been unmatched in off-road capability for over 80 years. But being a Jeep owner, it's so much more than the performance on and off the road. It's a lifestyle. It's camaraderie. It's the versatility and the customization. The new Jeep Wrangler, it's better than ever. And you won't be able to find a better car buying experience or selection than at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Some texts coming in. Calls as well, 916-339-1140. You have 916 saying, Anthony Slater also said, going with Doug would buy Perry another year, but what if Perry advocates for him? Doesn't he own the hire, whether he's Vivek's preference or not? That's from Jim in the 916. Yeah, I think either way, it does buy him a year. And we kind of worked that out together as, why, and somebody on the text line said, Alan, I don't think it was just your mom that said, pick your battles. Well, I never said it with my mom made it up. Okay, I know it's a saying. I never said, maybe I did. I don't think I did, but somebody had to remind me that my mother did not make that up, and I never said she did. I said she told me that. But I thought you were going to say something, Kyle.
Words of wisdom.
Yes, words of wisdom. But I don't think that that's a battle that Perry should pick, simply because Vivek has shown the propensity to move on if he feels like moving on. So if I think Doug Christie has earned more time, and we'll hear from Sam Amick, as Sam Amick mentioned that it could be a quote unquote short-term contract that could be 2 years, which means he could be fired after one. So I do think to boil this all down, I think Doug Christie has earned one more year, and that might be all he gets if it doesn't go in the right direction.
And we talked about it a little bit in the past. 2026 is kind of the time where if you're going to do the tear down, it makes sense to do it then, only because of the timing. That's the first part. The second part, the saying pick your battles originates from military strategy from the famous book Sun Tzu, Art of War. In Chinese military strategy is the earliest origins of the phrase pick your battles.
Got it. Yeah, by the way,
not your mother.
No, it does not say Allen's mother created that. Speaking of pick your battles, now that we're here, and Kyle, I know you never played this game, so I got more homework for you and for my millennials that are listening, and maybe older than millennials as well. If you had a younger sibling or maybe a kid that played this very underrated board game, Stratego.
What?
Go play Stratego.
I've never even heard of Stratego.
Just go. This weekend, go play Stratego. One of the more underrated. Everyone knows battleships and games like that. Go play Stratego. It's a very, very underrated board game.
Okay, I'm looking at this right now. So it looks like there's like a map, and there's a bunch of blue and red pieces.
That's right. And the pieces are numbered. Go off air. We'll discuss it. But shout out to Stratego.
Is this just chess?
It's not chess, Kyle. Like I said, we look it up.
It kind of just looks like a kid version of chess.
Maybe it is. All right. As we continue to break down what Scott Perry said on the morning show, a lot of it was similar to what we had heard from Scott Perry the day before. He mentioned sustainability. It took him about, 5 minutes to mention sustainability. And I think that that's exactly what he's going to continue to preach with us. And to have a sustainable product, you do have to have some core pieces. The other thing is, when you talk about sustainability, Whitey said this yesterday during Crosstalk, and I'm sure I caught a lot of the show, but I had to go to an appointment. Whitey mentioned that he did not say, we are going to win. I am going to bring a championship to Sacramento. And the way Whitey said it, and I would kind of follow up with Whitey. We didn't have a lot of time, but the way Whitey said it was if it was kind of a bad thing, right? Hey, I want my guy to say things that might not actually happen, but I want him to say it anyway. He said a sustainable platform of success. Well, I think the operative word here in that sentence is success, because that's a relative term. Could you not make the argument that Mike Brown and Monty McNair had a platform of sustainable success relative to where the Kings were the last 2 decades? Could you not make that argument?
I would say not just to where the Kings have been the last 2 decades, relative to the league at large. They had a top 7 offensive rating. There again, we're talking about from when Mike took over the job until Luka sat on Malik's leg at the end of last season. That was 155 games. They had a top 7 offensive rating the entire time. At one point, the best offensive rating in NBA history. They had a 580 winning percentage, which in this year's Western Conference, I think would be the 5 seed, right? So they were consistently an above average basketball team for basically 2 years. I mean, it was a year and 70 some odd games in the second season. So for 2 years, they were a sustainable winner.
So with that being said, I'm not trying to scare people, but all those things are relative. What did we talk about as it pertains to Monty McNair? What did he say and try to walk back? My job is to get the Kings to the playoffs. Monty McNair wasn't talking about a championship, at least not towards the end. My job is to get this team in the playoffs. Now you have Scott Perry. We're building a platform of sustainable success. What does success mean? He did not say championship. He did not say a contender. He didn't even say contender. Not in that way, if he said it at all. He said sustainable success. Well, what is that? We are back to where we have always been. And I'm not trying to be negative here because I get accused of being negative. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm breaking down what has been said. Now, you can make the argument, well, Allen, a team like the Kings, I don't necessarily want the GM to say a bunch of stuff that's unrealistic, right? Shoot for the stars and you land amongst the moon. If my mom's listening, she's going to be really enjoying this show. But maybe it would have been nice to hear that because that is the fear with a lot of people. A lot of the season ticket holders. We continue to fight to get in the playoffs, which lands us in the play-in because we're only doing the bare minimum. We're doing the bare minimum to get into the playoffs. We're not doing what it takes. The playoffs should be a given. The Oklahoma City Thunder put themselves in a position where the playoffs are a given. We're trying to win a chip. We're trying to get a parade. They've sat there and said the playoffs are a given. The Lakers, they kind of lucked out there, but
they're not a good example.
They're not a good example. I'm just going through the Western Conference. The Rockets have put themselves, I would say, in a place where the playoffs should be a given. I'm not saying you have to blow the whole thing up, but if you continue to just operate in a relative term, such as success, look at me. You can look at ratings from years past to now, and you could say, I've had success, relatively speaking, but is that where I want to be year in, year out? No, right? We're moving in the right direction, but no. But could you say that that's sustainable success? Yes, you could. You could say that at your job. You're a salesperson, right? And you had numbers that you want to hit. You didn't hit those numbers. You got close, but your numbers were better each and every year. But you still haven't got where you want to go. Sustainable success. But that's not where you want to go. So I agree with Whitey that it would have been nice to have a championship shout, right? I'm not going to hold that against Scott Perry as much as I'm going to maybe take it to the conversation that they had with Vivek, where maybe the word championship was never brought up. Never brought up.
So you were listing off like the examples of like building upon sustainable success. And the Kings are a weird example because they were the 3 seed and then it felt like they took a step back, but they actually had again, I'm going to reiterate this, a better winning percentage, slightly, but a better winning percentage in 2024 until Malik Monk got hurt.
We can say it now. 2023 was a down year. It was a down year in the Western Conference. Teams were injured. The Kings had a really good season. They literally had the same record?
Yeah.
The next season, they were the 9th seed.
Basically, yes.
So that's the truth. It's fine.
So the example I think of like building upon it is when the Minnesota Timberwolves, again, another maligned franchise, and I'm going to use, again, I don't want to relitigate the Monty McNair era all the way, but I'm going to use Tim Connolly as an example. Former executive of the year, well-respected across the league. When they got to that point of, hey, we just made the playoffs for the first time. Mm-hmm. And then we took a slight step back the following season where they got to 42 wins. They then gave the first thing they did was they traded 4 first-round picks for Rudy Gobert, but then they gave themselves the runway to say, hey, this was Finch's first full season. This is going to take time. We're going to bring in Rudy. We're going to make this work. And giving that runway then allowed them to have the Western Conference Finals run they had last year. And maybe the Kings should have made their own version of a Rudy Gobert trade. I don't know. But giving it that runway is what builds the sustainability. It's not going to be from a singular move. Mm-hmm. It's going to be from giving the group time. And honestly, I don't even think Scott Perry can do that anymore because of how far they've been set back by things like the De'Aaron Fox trade, the reputational hits from Mike Brown, et cetera, et cetera. That might take Scott Perry having to bring in his own people.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly feels as if it is not that hard. If they wanted to even start, and we're going to talk about this based on somebody like Domantas Sabonis and his value, but even if you want to do the rebuild, where does that even start? That is not maybe as easy as everybody thinks when you look at the Rockets and OKC and teams like that and other teams that are trying to do it, like the Blazers. I have no clue if the Blazers are going to be good or not, and they have some really good pieces, right? So you can have really good pieces and not be good. Scoot Henderson is coming off the bench. Tamani Kamara is one of the best defenders in the league. Denny Avdia actually took a leap. I'm really high on Denny Avdia. They got DeAndre Ayton, and they have no clue. They just extended their head coach, Chauncey Billups, and we have no clue if the Blazers will ever be good. And if I were a betting man, I would bet. And if I'm betting the Blazers making a deep run in the playoff in the next 5 years, I am taking that under all day long. And they didn't really do anything wrong. Sometimes you got to be lucky. And the other part of that is when you do have talent, you have to be careful moving off of that talent. Even if somebody like me doesn't think De'Aaron Fox is a championship number one, I know all those guys are gone now. Monty McNair, De'Aaron Fox, Mike Brown, they're all gone now. But when you have that talent, you have to be careful and utilize it wisely. And they didn't do that. And now they have to make decisions moving forward on how they can improve this roster, because I don't see an obvious rebuild happening in the next 2 years, even if Scott Perry does have Vivek's blessing. When we return, like we said, we are starting the conversations on players that can be a part of the Sacramento Kings, either through free agency or trade. This one is somewhere in the middle. Someone that everyone has wanted on the Kings might be available. We'll talk about it at 11 o'clock coming up next. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry have finalized a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
It's the final days of the spring sales event. Drive home your new Honda before the deals and the new Hondas disappear. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
You've probably heard the word, but do you know what a stimp meter is and how it works? Invented by Edward Stimpson in the 1930s, a stimp meter is a device used to measure the speed of putting surfaces. His version was made of wood and was simply a chute on which a golf ball would roll onto the green. Roderick Easdale writes in Golf Magazine, today's stimp meters are made of aluminum. They're 36 inches long and have a V-shaped chute down which the ball can roll. It has 2 notches on which the ball rests. After a flat area of the green is selected, a golf ball is placed in the notch and the end is slowly lifted until the ball rolls down the chute and across the green. The average of 3 distances becomes one of the measurements. The process is repeated in the opposite direction, and the measure of both directions is added and divided by 2. That figure in feet is the stimp meter reading. Most courses average 9 or 10 on Stimpmeter, which is neither too fast or too slow, just right for most recreational players. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Some text coming in. We are about to unveil our first player. And the goal is these are going to be realistic, right? I'm not going to be talking LeBron or Kyrie.
Giannis?
No.
We got 6 first-round picks.
No. The goal is realistic. So we are about to unveil that. We were discussing the fact that Scott Perry didn't bring up a championship. He said sustainable success and whether or not that should worry Kings fans because we know that the kind of knock on the Kings has been they just want to get to the playoffs, which has led them to be in the play-in the last couple years. From UPS Chris, I'm glad that Scott isn't delusional. This team is nowhere near a championship. He needs to set that foundation with size, length, and defense. Then we can talk championship. 916 from Carl Thornton Jr. When you don't have basketball people making basketball decisions, you end up with too many point guards and then no point guards. You end up with 4 out of the 5 players in the starting 5 playing out of position. We need length, athleticism, and toughness on this team. The previous GM passed on those type of players. I'm glad we have a GM that knows and acknowledges that. So, yeah, I honestly didn't even think twice about it, to be completely honest with you. Whitey had pulled in, and I'm sure Whitey brought it up on his show as well. And they're going to be live from Tom's for the Drive Guys starting at 2 p.m. Whitey had brought it up during Crosstalk, and I thought, oh, yeah, I guess he didn't say anything about a championship. But, you know, that's kind of how the situation has been. We are about to give you the first name in this off-season extravaganza, but Ashley has been waiting, wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Ashley? What you got for us?
So, as far as the Scott Perry situation goes, with Scott Perry, I really like what he said, and I really hope that he does have that full autonomy to make the moves that he deems necessary, because I feel like that's not been happening enough in our front office. And so I'm really excited to see what Scott Perry is able to do. And I'm really hoping that front office is or ownership is going to let the front office do their thing. And I think that's going to lead to long-term success, kind of like you were mentioning.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ashley. Jason on the Sack Chat says, you can't win a championship if you're not consistent in the playoffs. Nothing wrong with what he said. Agreed. But I do think that there might be some fans out there a little worried because, you know, you can get a little complacent If they're the 5 seed next season, and now in order to get to a 1, a 2, whatever it is, it's luxury tax time to open that wallet. And now, hey, whoa, we're the 5 seed. If you're the 5 seed with this roster, we should be able to just chill at the 5 seed. And hey, the Mavericks, they went to the finals as the 5 seed. So I think we're good right here. I think that's the fear. Everybody agrees that sustainable success is a good thing. But for fans, this goes back to the Brewers owner. For fans, they want to win a championship. The Brewers owner over the summer said, is our goal to win a championship, or is our goal to have an entertaining product that fans can be proud of and to give yourself a chance? If you are a 5 seed or a 4 seed, you can argue that you gave yourself a chance, and fans should be happy with that. I don't need to pay more money. I don't need to go into the luxury tax. We're a competitive team. We are a contender.
Well, it's also tough because Scott Perry is not, it appears in the short term, going to get to make his imprint on the organization. And by that, I mean, it seems like Domantas Sabonis is coming back. It seems like Zach LaVine is coming back. And it seems like Doug Christie is going to be the head coach, right? Mm-hmm. So right there, you're talking about your 2 highest paid players and your head coach are, in essence, carryovers from the Monty McNair regime, which is fine when you're first starting out, but people may remember Monty McNair's first draft pick as general manager was Tyrese Halliburton. And as soon as Tyrese Halliburton got in the door, it started to shake the foundation, because it was like, oh, we might have something here. This young guy might be the next great thing. What does that mean for De'Aaron Fox? What does that mean for the rest of the roster? And by year 5 of Monty McNair, so going into this year, the only Vlade Divac player that was still on the team was De'Aaron Fox, and De'Aaron didn't even make it through the end of the season. So, as we go along years, I think you're going to start to see more of that imprint on the organization, which I think is why it was good that Dave asked the question earlier of, do you have the autonomy to make big changes? Because otherwise, I mean, if you look at it, quite frankly, if Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, and Doug Christie are all going to come back, what's the difference between Scott Perry being the general manager and Monty McNair being the general manager?
All right. Enough waiting. It is time to unleash the first name. And we've been talking about this guy for a long time. At one point, it seemed like he was very, very underpaid. And now it seems like he might be slightly underpaid. Some things have happened with him personally. Some things have happened with him on the current roster that he is on. And the perfect Bobby Portis storm is upon us. Let me break down what this storm looks like. Number 1, Bobby Portis, his value is down. Okay, he had the suspension earlier this season where he took something that he didn't know he was taking, and he came back towards the end of the season. His value is down. There were Bucks fans that were ready to get rid of him. All right, this is Bobby Portis we're talking about. The second thing, the Bucks are a complete disaster. Yes, they just extended their GM, but I believe that is more so based on the belief that this GM could rebuild this thing. The Bucks are probably going to lose to the Pacers, and word on the street is that Giannis is headed to Brooklyn. Brooklyn has a ton of assets that they can divvy out. So Giannis ends up in Brooklyn. Cam Johnson goes off the market because they will need vets around him, and it's a complete blow up in Milwaukee. And last but not least, if you follow the cookie crumbs, Scott Perry has a relationship with Bobby Portis from signing him with the Knicks. So he has a relationship with Bobby Portis. And Bobby Portis has a player option for about $13 million, which I believe he will opt out of. And once he opts out of that, he will be a free agent, but it would still have to be some type of sign and trade.
Yes, unless the Kings were willing to, in the short term, go into the luxury tax.
Which might be a thing. Maybe we're on a different time now. Who knows?
It's also different because it's like you just have to get below the luxury tax by the end of the season to pay luxury tax.
Bobby Portis and his toughness, his grittiness. He's getting into it with Pacers players. He had a great game in game 2. He almost brought the Bucks back. So he is somebody that I believe will be able to, not just me, a lot of us have believed will bring that dog to the Kings, will bring more length to the Kings. He can play center when necessary. To me, obviously, it's not a flip, but you move on from Trey Lyles, who we will be doing the end of season grade on Trey Lyles. But if you are serious about being even just a sustainable playoff team, you need a Bobby Portis in the spots that you've been playing Trey Lyles. That's what I see this as. I see Bobby Portis taking over the Trey Lyles role and obviously bringing a lot more, no disrespect to Trey Lyles, a lot more production there.
So you're seeing him as the backup 4 with Valanciunas as the backup 5.
Yes, and you could play them because of Bobby Portis's ability to shoot the 3. You could play Bobby at the 4. If it makes sense, you could play him at the 5. He's kind of not a full-on Swiss Army knife, but because he can shoot the 3 ball and he's got that size, he can play different positions, which is basically what they tried to do with what they did do with Trey Lyles, but this will be at a higher level.
Does that change if they move DeMar DeRozan for, let's just say, for example, insert point guard here? Does that change in that scenario for you?
And what, you start Bobby Portis?
You either start Bobby Portis or start Malik. That's the...
I'm not a point guard.
No. I'm saying a point guard, Malik, Levine, Keegan, or a point guard, Levine, Keegan, Portis.
Based on what we've heard from Scott Perry, I believe that he would not start Malik. I believe that he would start Bobby Portis.
And let's note that Keon Ellis would still be on the team in this scenario.
Yes, and it would be 2 super subs with Malik and Keon Ellis.
Yeah, so that's kind of the equation there. So the ideal situation is bring in Bobby Portis for a backup 4 role. Mm-hmm. Maybe they bring back Jake LaRavia. He can be the backup 3. And now you've got the length that De'Aaron Fox was screaming for and that Scott Perry articulated wanting to add to in his introductory press conference.
Bobby Portis had 28 and 12 in game 2. They did lose 123 to 115. He had 28 points, 12 rebounds. And the toughness that the Kings have been asking for, that Kings fans have been begging for years. Accountability. Now, look, I'm not saying Bobby Portis is a perfect player, but you look at who's available and you look at distressed assets, and Bobby Portis has gone from a really good contract to a contract that is still good. Now, if he opts in, he can still be moved, but you got to move things around. Either way, I believe that this, as we kick off our off-season extravaganza, Bobby Portis is somebody that should be at the top of Scott Perry's list. You know he's got his agent's number. You know he's got contacts there. So that's where we are starting on all that. And he could help spell Domantas Sabonis. And speaking of Domantas Sabonis, we have sound from Sam Amick on Domantas Sabonis and his reputation across the league as far as his contract is concerned, and more. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure. Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Bobby Portis, somebody that the Kings should be targeting, and they won't be alone. But there is a relationship there between Bobby Portis and Scott Perry from their time with the Knicks. Could that be something? Well, we know something's going on with Domantas Sabonis, who will be seeking some clarity with the Kings at some point this summer. I'm sure we will hear when that all goes down. And Sam Amick was on the morning show and was asked about Domantas Sabonis, his contract, how his contract is viewed across the league. And we talked so much about how Zach LaVine's contract is immovable and not so much Domantas Sabonis because he puts up these crazy numbers. But is there something deeper than that? If the Kings did want to move Domas, here it is.
Think about the conversation, agree or disagree. Think about the conversation that surrounds Domas's game.
Yeah.
And how divisive it is. And that leads to the reality that you need to give me, Dave, a list of teams that not only financially are willing to take on the contract, but that are willing to hand him the ball and to play that style of basketball that it has certainly been argued that there, unless you get him around the perfect rim protector and the perfect, point guard, playmaker partner, that there is a ceiling on your championship, possibilities. And again, not even trying to have the actual argument and pick one side or the other, but that means that all these different teams that currently have one particular direction with their roster are going to look at Domas and say, yep, we're going to shift and we're going to go down that road, because the angst that you're hearing about right now with him is all born out of the fact that he wants to get back to the beam team style of play. That's made him very happy. He was making all-star teams and all-NBA teams, and that can be a real positive. But if that organization elsewhere doesn't see that, as the goal, then they're not going to make a move for him. I mean, I don't know the exact market at this point, but I think it's a fair thing to highlight.
This is so fascinating to me. So fascinating to me. I just got to be honest here. And look, I'll be at, as far as I'm concerned, I'll be at Media Day. I'll talk to these guys, and I try to say everything as respectfully as possible. But I'm listening to Sam Amick here, and I'm just confused. I am very much confused. And what it sounds like, and I was talking to Kyle during the audio, because Sam is saying that they want to go back, or Domantas Sabonis would like to go back to how they played. Because I'm not even thinking about the contract right now. I'm completely on a different page after listening to the full thing, because now I'm hearing that Domas wants to go back to the way they played with the Beam team, but the word on the street is that you kind of wanted to move off of the coach that was the coach during the Beam team. And it sounds like, I guess, was it Mike Brown, or was it the acquisition of DeMar DeRozan that actually messed up your situation?
I'm going to say it's a third thing, because while Mike Brown was the head coach, who was the offensive coordinator during the Beam team runs? Jordy Fernandez. Where did Jordy Fernandez make his money in the league? Which, by the way, we still don't talk about enough how insane it is that Jordy got out of here just completely unscathed.
Yeah.
But guess where Jordy made his money? 7 years as Nikola Jokic's personal coach with the Denver Nuggets, right? Mm-hmm. They brought Jordy to Sacramento to create an offense that resembled what Jokic was running in Denver.
Right.
And the departure of Jordy Fernandez, with, again, no disrespect to Jay Triano at all, it was just a different style of offense once they brought in DeMar DeRozan and once Jordy Fernandez left.
Well, I guess we'll never know what it would have looked like if they got someone else other than DeRozan. So it is a mix of both. You lose Jordy, but then you get somebody who, I mean, we could get on Harrison Barnes, but the same way we get on Harrison Barnes, at least, you know, he got to stay out of the way, right? And let the other guys cook. He almost stayed out of the way too much. Then you bring somebody in who does the opposite of stay out of the way. So it was a perfect storm. Somehow that's Mike Brown's fault. And now the real conversation becomes, it doesn't matter if it's Doug Christie, Scott Perry or not. You're not convincing DeMar DeRozan to play a different way. And honestly, I don't think you should. In year 17, that brother just probably shouldn't be on your team if you want to play a certain way. That's what it is. So in my opinion, it's more so about, if Domantas Sabonis wants to go back to that style, you have to move off of DeMar DeRozan. You have to.
Well, it might not even be that anymore. That reality might be cooked at this point, only because I remember I was listening to Sam last week on the morning show, which was also a very good interview. And this was after the play-in loss. And he talked about, like, LaVine and Sabonis just seem disjointed together. And maybe part of that will get fixed by having an off season to play together.
They need time. I feel more confident about them than Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan, for sure.
Oh, for sure, but I don't feel great about either, right? Because Zach LaVine is not a true point guard.
Right.
And what De'Aaron Fox had the combination of was playmaking ability and point guard ability, so that he could sit on the wing and shoot, he could create, or they could go to DHOs, right?
But it is also confusing because you need a point guard, but also Domantas Sabonis needs the ball. That's why, and the word that Sam used, which is a really a important word to use, is divisive. Use the word divisive, right?
Sure.
Which means around the league they don't know what to do about Domantas Sabonis.
Well, we talked about this last week after the play-in, which was like, Domantas Sabonis' reputation is, he's a great regular season player, but he can't do anything in the playoffs.
Yeah. So
and it's hard to shake that when you're trying to, I'm not saying they want to do this, but when you're trying to ask a team to commit 6 first-round picks to trade for this guy.
And pay him $40+ million.
For 3 years.
This is tough, man. This is tough. So again, this is not about Allen having any type of vendetta against Domantas Sabonis. I've defended Domantas Sabonis at the beginning of the season before Joel Embiid was out. I said I would take Domantas Sabonis over Joel Embiid. A lot of that was because of injury history, but I like Domantas Sabonis. I think he's a good player. It's just when it comes to how much he's being paid and all the things that, when you look at these greats and you look at these guys that are getting paid this type of money, a lot of them don't need everything to be perfect. Once you cross a certain echelon of paycheck, right? Same thing with the quarterback. We're paying you to make up for some of the things that we might be lacking, kind of also because we're paying you this money, right? It's a back and forth type of deal. If we're paying you this type of money, but you still need every single part of the roster to be perfect, then maybe you're not worth this money. But that's where we're at now. And now we just have to move forward and get Domantas Sabonis whatever it is he wants, because if Doug Christie does remain the coach, and if you're just now joining in the 10 o'clock hour, I've heard from multiple sources close to the organization that they would be very, very surprised if it's not Doug Christie, which leads me to believe that Domantas Sabonis would stay, which leads me to believe that they are going to build around Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, and we're looking, trying to figure out who is that point guard that they need, and DeMar DeRozan, where does he fit here? Because right now he doesn't, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think people are making the point on the text like, well, they should have just kept going with De'Aaron Fox, and I get that point, but I think if we just break down De'Aaron Fox, what he was bringing was playmaking and ball handling ability, right? And you have the playmaking in Zach LaVine. He had his most efficient season of his career this year, both in Chicago and in Sacramento. I think what you're missing is that ball handling ability, which, by the way, I think if you got Chris Paul for $7 million and played Chris Paul alongside Zach LaVine, it would be a you'd have to get 2 players to do the role of what De'Aaron Fox had. But if the ultimate goal is to what Sam said, to get Domas back to that style of offense, you would technically accomplish that goal. It would just cost you your entire backcourt and ability to play defense.
Yeah, the defense would be so bad.
Right, but that's why none of this is going to get the Kings back to contention without getting a De'Aaron Fox-like guard.
And let's think about it. And I don't know. I think you might be putting a little too much on De'Aaron, a little bit. And let's remember now, we are romanticizing Beam Team season. Those brothers lost in the first round.
I said contention. I didn't say championship.
Those brothers lost.
I said contention.
It was a down Western Conference, and they lost in the first round, and their defense was bad. So do you need to get back to Beam Team? Because Beam Team, that ceiling, I don't know how high it was.
But it's what's going to make Domas happy.
And let's think about it like this. Okay, you want to get to Beam Team? Well, then Keegan Murray needs to shoot over 40%, and you need to find somebody like Kevin Huerter who's going to have a career year that brother never had again. Besides, when he stepped foot back in Golden One Center. That's the last time Kevin Huerter made a three-pointer. It's the last time.
Yeah, we can talk about it more on the other side if we want, but it feels like we're stuck in this situation where you're trying to recreate the elements of it. And by the way, maybe that comes from Keegan Murray playmaking. Who knows? They're going to have to ask themselves. I
would not bet on that. We do got to get to a break. When we return, we will tie a bow on Domantas Sabonis and his reputation across the league. Also, Sam Amick, I've said what I wanted to say on Doug Christie. Let's hear what Sam Amick has to say on Doug Christie getting a contract. Down South, Sacktown Sports.
The Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, UC Davis, and Sac State with a Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit SacktownSports.com to join.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. SubcontractorsUnited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Diamond Pacific Supply and Trex, Michelob Ultra, and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
It's the final days of the spring sales event. Drive home your new Honda before the deals and the new Hondas disappear. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emron Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Rock the Bells presents LL Cool J.
So what you got Chanel on your feet? Hot sex on a platter makes the mission complete.
Live in concert. LL Cool J. Saturday, May 10th, the venue at Thunder Valley with DJ Z-Trip. LL Cool J. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss LL Cool J live.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. A lot of thoughts on Domantas Sabonis and what his value is in the league. Yeah, he definitely falls in that category. And he can't be, he's not, the NFL draft is tonight. We're going to hear from Chris Sims, by the way, who is not a fan of, I shouldn't say he isn't a fan of Brock Purdy. He just is closer to not being a fan of Brock Purdy and believing that it is Brock Purdy who has orchestrated the success. Sabonis and Brock Purdy are similar in that been very successful. People don't really know what to do with it. They're different because obviously people say that Brock Purdy is a product of his environment. And Domantas Sabonis is just a guy who is really good in the regular season and hasn't really had a lot of opportunities in the postseason, which people could also say, well, isn't that kind of on him as well if he's putting up these crazy numbers? And he's getting paid a lot of money. So you can kind of go back and forth with Domantas Sabonis. I believe he will be on the team going into next season because I believe that Doug Christie will be the head coach. And now Scott Perry's job is to find pieces to put around him and Zach LaVine, because I don't think either of those contracts are getting moved. Not this offseason. I think that Zach LaVine, if he was still on the Bulls and if he finished with a similar stat line, maybe. But I think going to Sacramento, okay, someone's already traded for him. And things got, he was pretty similar in Sacramento, but now he was in Sacramento. They lose to that play and just did not do anybody any favors, including Doug Christie. And speaking of Doug Christie, here is Sam Amick on what the future could hold and what type of contract could be available for him. Here it is.
Now, in terms of his press conference and Doug, I was a little struck by his candor and honestly kind of loved his one line about radical candor and radical love.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was real open about how it's not Doug's job just yet. That had been my understanding going into the press conference. And I don't know what direction it's going to go. I think the fascinating discussion behind the scenes is going to be, it's just me talking, but I would tend to believe that if Scott ends up deciding Doug is the head coach, obviously along with Vivek, then he would prefer to do something where it's a pretty short-term deal. They have options in Doug's contract where they could just say, let's push it out to next year and make sure you can really coach. You know what I mean? But then I think you're going to have some people in the room who say, is that the best approach? Do you want your players, having a, short-term window here and more uncertainty? So interesting discussion with him. And then when Scott shares in the press conference that his phone's been ringing off the hook, that's certainly, about the job. That makes you wonder who else is in the mix potentially and where might this go?
Great stuff from Sam Amick, as always. I mean, I think the reality is you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know, when Sam brings up, well, you either essentially put Doug on a prove it deal, if you will, to see, hey, are you really the guy now that you've had a little bit more time? We know a lot of stuff happened in this previous season and you didn't get a full season. And then you move off of him and things can kind of go haywire anyway. Or do you move off of Doug because there is a bigger name that you think could bring that sustainability, but that might tick off Domantas Sabonis? And now your plan of retooling, because we know they don't necessarily want to rebuild, your plan of retooling goes out the window because Domantas Sabonis now wants out. So which path? It's like the Matrix. Take the red pill or the blue pill. I would say
visions are clear now.
I haven't heard that in a very long time.
Very long time. That was a week ago.
A very long time. It's been a long week, brother.
The play-in game was 8 days ago. What do you mean a long time?
That play-in game was 2 months ago in my mind.
Visions are clear.
Man,
now.
remember when I thought that the Kings were going to beat the Mavs, then beat the Grizzlies?
So you're no Paul Atreides?
I had it all figured out in my mind.
The seer of seers, prognosticator of prognosticators.
It all laid out perfectly.
Sort of.
It all laid out perfectly.
And then the Kings laid out in the game against the Mavericks.
And then they just didn't show up at all. Getting back to Domantas Sabonis and Doug Christie. So if I'm Scott Perry, the way I look at this is, look, let's move forward with Doug Christie. I don't want to ruffle any feathers to kind of kick this thing off. And he can prove to us that he is the right guy for the job. Unless if his phone is ringing off the hook, and that's what Sam Amick said as well, if there are some possible Hall of Famers or some big names that we would have never thought would step foot in Sacramento, if not for the relationship with Scott Perry, that is the one thing. If you're looking at this, you know I love my pie charts. I would say it's probably 80% Doug Christie, but that 20% could really sway some things depending on who it is.
So I want to preface this by saying most general managers want to put their own imprint on teams.
For sure.
Right? That's why you take these jobs, is you want to put your own imprint. So I was listening to Tim McMahon talk about the Mavericks the other day, and he made a great point, which is like with a lot of these organizations, and again, you can talk about how involved Vivek was or wasn't during the Monty McNair era, but in a lot of these, when you're the general manager, you're the general manager when the owner wants you to be the general manager, right? They want you to scout, they want you to make trades, but then when they want to step in, they have that ability to step in. And what are you going to do? Check them?
Which is not
your boss.
Which is a good point, because that means that this is not a King-specific thing.
Yes, and he was specifically referencing Mark Cuban. He wrote a book on Luka that I think I'm going to start reading, but he talked about it with Mark Cuban and the Porzingis trade. It's like, you get to GM when we want you to GM, but then we can tinker around the edges. So right now seems like one of those situations where, you don't really get to GM right away.
Yeah.
We're going to instill Sabonis, we're going to instill Levine, we're going to instill Doug, and see what you can do with that as the foundation. That's fine. I think it fits the timeline that they've created, for better or for worse, by making the De'Aaron Fox trade. But at some point, you're going to imagine he wants to make his impact on the roster, right? Whether that's trade Sabonis, trade Levine, whatever else, you're going to think he's going to want to make a big impact. So I think that's where you get Amick talking about, this will probably be a shorter term prove it situation.
Yeah, exactly. And it aligns with the Keegan Murray situation. That's one thing that is going to come up pretty quickly right after the coaching decision is made, because Keegan Murray is up for an extension and Scott Perry has no connection to Keegan Murray, right? He has really no reason to give him one of these huge extensions other than maybe he's been following him and he believes in it. And if we're looking around to that point, you said if you're Scott Perry and you're getting started and you're telling people I got this autonomy and I've been empowered to do this, do that. But in reality, we know what it is. And it turns into, okay, you want me to keep Doug, right? All right, great. Okay, Doug is connected to Domantas Sabonis. Okay, cool. The last GM made the move, and you personally like Zach LaVine. Not that we think that it would be very easy to move Zach LaVine anyway. Cool. That's 3 things already. So I would imagine that the freedom for Scott Perry starts at Keegan Murray, and I truly have no clue what direction he goes in.
Well, I think it starts with DeRozan. I think that's the bigger one, too. But again,
I do think that that's going to take care of itself.
Yes.
I don't know if we're going to be on pins and needles, right? I think when it comes out, we'll play the breaking news sounder. DeMar DeRozan and the Kings have mutually agreed to find him a trade partner and a new team. We'll play the breaking news sounder, but nobody in Sacramento will really be surprised.
Yes, but what he does with that is, I think, an interesting tell, because you're trading essentially your fourth most valuable, I won't say asset, but thing. But even you say those things are in place already, those are the 3 most important things, which are your head coach and your 2 max contracts.
Oh, I know. I hear you. But welcome to Sacramento, brother.
So you don't have that autonomy, but over time, he's going to want to have that. Again, I mentioned it before. Every general manager wants to have their own autonomy.
And again, I believe that he is going along to get along for now, right? And look, we only know how it works in Sacramento. I know a lot of people bag on Sacramento, but I'm sure this is not as unique as maybe it is coming off to be. Playoff playback when we return. Which teams need to lose so we can go ahead and poach their players? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry have finalized a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports 1140.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt, and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny. When I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX
Pass by visiting SacktownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
The playoffs continue on, and I know I see a lot of people saying, man, I just want the playoffs to end so GM Scott Perry can get to work. Well, we're just getting started. Hopefully it goes quickly. I know we got all the way till June before the Kings can get back in action. The lottery is coming up soon. And
May 12th.
You know, we can just pray that goes in the correct direction for the Kings, or at least we'll know what it is and we can move forward. Last night, the Celtics won with no Jason Tatum. I don't know if that makes Jason Tatum look any worse. People are going to bag on him. Regardless, they win with no Jason Tatum. It was at home, by the way, and it was a little dicey at some point. It wasn't crazy close, but the Magic tried to make a game out of it. They're a couple pieces away. And, you know, it's funny that I brought up DeMar DeRozan being a potential spot for the Magic, and in that I said, what about Anthony Black? And Anthony Black I don't even know if he's 22 years old. He was 6'7" point guard. They drafted him a couple years ago, real young. And I was talking to the roundtable about, hey, is there a way that the Kings can get Anthony Black? He's huge point guard. And Chris said, I think they're pretty high on Anthony Black. And yesterday we were out for my daughter's birthday, and so I was just kind of vaguely watching the game. We were at BJ's. She loves BJ's because she loves the music that they play there, and she loves the Pazookies. And I look up, and every time I look up, Anthony Black is making a play, man.
Anthony Black is 21 years old. Not just that, a fresh 21 years old too.
Yeah, so
born in 2004.
I think that one is cooked for the Kings. If you're I do believe, to be fair, that the Magic do need to make some decisions, because if Paolo is your main, if Paolo's going to continue to be your main ball handler, what do you need? That's why they were interested in Malik Monk. I don't know if, and I haven't watched enough of Anthony Black to assess whether he's a pure point guard or not. I know he is listed as a point guard, but they might not want to come off him, but they do have some weird, they're kind of like they're kind of like the Eastern Conference Portland Trailblazers, in that they have talent, but they kind of have some redundant spots and they don't really know what to do.
They're also in the advantageous position of, they hit on Cole Anthony late in the first round.
Yeah.
And now they have a blue chipper who also plays the same position. I would assume they're going to go with Anthony Black because he's younger and has a higher ceiling than Cole Anthony.
Yeah.
But if they have Suggs obviously too, but he plays more of a 2. So if push comes to shove, Cole Anthony's a good trade chip if they want to make it work. I'm looking at his contract, $13 million next year, a club option for $13 million the year after. If they want to balance that roster, Cole Anthony's a great trade chip.
Cole Anthony, and who else? Give me Cole Anthony. And look, they've been holding on. This is cracking me up, though. And you know exactly where I'm going. We make fun of the Nets and Cam Johnson. That is nothing compared to the Magic and their obsession with not moving Jonathan Isaac when he was hot in the streets after he got healthy and had a good stint. This brother played 7 minutes last night.
If we were to make the Mount Rushmore of just players who never leave that organization, first of all, it's the Miles Turner Mount Rushmore.
Yes.
But second,
but at least he plays.
Jonathan Isaac plays.
He played 7 minutes last night.
Yeah, that's fair. And he's making, what, $20-something million?
And they said, no. They just won't admit. The reality is they missed. They missed their window. They thought he was going to be something, and he wasn't. I'm looking here.
I will give him some grace because he had a nasty torn knee situation.
No, that's fine. But then he came back, and he was hot in the streets, and people wanted him. He played 18 minutes in game 1, by the way, with 7 points and 2 rebounds. They didn't move him because now I'm thinking, I don't know what his contract is, but I'm thinking DeRozan for DeRozan and somebody else for Cole Anthony, and I'm looking. I know Jonathan Isaac probably makes too much, but somebody else.
Yeah, it's whoa. You talk about Mike Brown's extension. He has an extension that hasn't even kicked in yet. It's starting next year, $15 million, $14.5 million, $14.5 million.
For Jonathan Isaac.
Yes. 4 years, $59
Magic.
million.
Good luck to you, Magic.
Ooh, when did they sign him to an extension? That's crazy. He has a 4-year extension that hasn't even kicked in.
And everyone at that time initially thought, wow, this is a really good deal. And now the brother cannot play. He can't play basketball.
I guess it was this summer. I missed it. That's crazy.
Yeah, so the Celtics will take care of business there. Kyle, did you catch as we bring up Kuminga, who did play yesterday, and everybody was making fun of him because he didn't play too well because Jimmy Butler was injured, pelvic contusion. I think he'll be ready because they have a couple days off. Did you see the Amen Thompson play? Did you think it was dirty?
I did see it. Funny enough, we were at the A's game yesterday, so Chris Watkins had the game on his laptop, and we were kind of watching it as it went along. And when Kuminga checked in, we were like, "Oh, something bad must have happened if Kuminga's playing."
Yeah.
And then we went back and saw the Jimmy Butler play. So I'm not going to say dirty. I don't want to say it was a dirty play. It took out Jimmy Butler, and that's an unfortunate situation, but it wasn't like he completely undercut him to wipe him out situation.
I don't know that it was dirty, but I also know that from what I saw, Draymond didn't push him. Draymond was holding him back. He had momentum. Draymond let go of him. His momentum carried him, and maybe his hands were somewhere that they shouldn't have been. But he didn't get pushed.
Yeah, I'm just going to say unfortunate situation. It wasn't I don't want to say accident, but I don't want to say malicious either.
Right.
Could it be somewhere in the middle? Like he happened to fall down. It was unfortunate that he wiped out Jimmy, and Jimmy landed on his back.
So I saw somebody, and this is getting crazy now. The Kuminga PR is so far down the drain. It is so deep in the sewer. There are people. Now, shout out Andy Bailey, who joined us from Bleacher Report earlier this week. Andy said, the same way you guys got Zach LaVine, you didn't get any assets with him because you traded De'Aaron Fox, but you as the Kings need to be looking to maybe take some bad contracts to get some assets back. He brought up Bradley Beal. The PR is because you could get Bradley Beal because you're getting paid so much, the Suns might be willing to give you a pick or two to get off of that contract. The PR with Jonathan Kuminga is so bad. I saw that there is a belief that the Warriors might have to, if they want to sign and trade Jonathan Kuminga, might have to attach a pick. This is getting disrespectful now.
It depends what money he's going to make.
This is getting a little disrespectful now.
4 for 12 yesterday.
And maybe I'm too high on Jonathan Kuminga, but they're calling him Buminga.
Oh, that's different than the other nickname they have for him.
They're calling him Buminga.
I prefer his other nickname, but that sucks for him.
We're not going to say that on the air.
Yeah, but
attaching a pick, that's how bad his PR is right now. There's no way he gets $20 million.
No.
Just come to Sacramento. Here's 15.
Oh, now I'm going to do something dastardly to you.
Well, what if, can we go, does he need a prove-it deal? Can he go 2 years and find his way?
You only have $15 million to spend. Are you, Allen Stiles, giving it to Kuminga or Bobby Portis?
Oh, Bobby Portis.
Okay, I want to see where we were at.
Kuminga is more of a fun project if the Kings were to veer closer to a rebuild because he's 22 years old.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen. It's Bobby Portis all day.
Get ready to speak Utah Jazz, Jonathan Kuminga.
And go cook out there.
Look, we already said it. I just want Pool Boy and Kuminga just have a fun time in Washington with Sarr and whoever else they get with the 4th pick in the draft.
Yep. And I don't know what's going to happen in that series now. I think Jimmy will be back sooner than later because I think it's more so pain tolerance. Nothing that I saw from the Rockets yesterday made me believe. I believe that you're going to win a game at home. Jalen Green was going to have a game where he was pretty darn good, and Jimmy Butler played 8 minutes. So I did not leave the game thinking, oh, the Warriors might be in trouble. I didn't, because I don't know how, as long as Jimmy comes back, I don't know how the Rockets win in Golden State.
I'm going to stick with my Rockets in 7 pick, but similar to you, I didn't think I thought the Rockets would be up 2-0 going back to Golden State.
Yeah, I didn't really gain any confidence in the Rockets after last night because Jimmy didn't play. Now, if Jimmy can't play, that's a different conversation. This one is kind of a nothing burger to me. I'm going to be honest. The Heat Cavs is just not moving me at all. Heat Cavs is not doing it for
Not
me.
Davion versus Donovan,
No.
just trading threes.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool, but that game was also on, and they actually made it close for a bit.
It was a 1-point game.
That's kind of how the Cavs play it. And as far as who's available on these teams, I mean, I just got to keep looking at Khalil Ware, just thinking about the fact that the Kings could have him right now.
Oh, him and what's his name? Da Silva. Those are the two.
Both of them. And with that being said, let's talk about the Kings and who they did take, Devin Carter. It is time for Devin Carter's end of season grade when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, your lunch break. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Save $12,750 off MSRP. Every new 2025 Silverado 1500 LT and RST 5.3 in stock at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. After all rebates.
And Maida Chevy still has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$12,750 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Australian 2011 renewal. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Diamond Pacific Supply and Trex, Michelob Ultra, and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com. The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is back for another thrilling season at Monterey's iconic WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, May 9th through the 11th. Only in Monterey can you experience a high-octane mix of international drivers, cutting-edge prototypes, and GT sports cars racing wheel to wheel. There'll be gourmet food, wine, craft beers, family entertainment, and exclusive fan engagement with the drivers in the open race paddock. Buy your tickets now and experience world-class motorsports. Visit WeatherTechRaceway.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Dalton Connect. I don't even know if he's playing, if he's getting time with the Lakers right now.
He isn't.
Dalton Connect. At least they're the 3 seed, though. That makes sense.
I was so confused. He came in at the end of the Timberwolves game 1 where they were down like 25, and he buried a 3. I was like, why are they playing Dorian Finney-Smith 25 minutes and he just can't find a single minute?
Well, they also didn't want him on the team, but he's still on the team. Dalton Connect, Khalil Ware, Tristan Da Silva, all names that the Kings could have gone with and decided not to. They went with Devin Carter. And don't get me wrong, Devin Carter had some...
blessing me with his body.
Yes, he did, Devin. Devin Carter had some flashes, and he showed some things to all of us, whether you are a naysayer or a supporter. Fryer, shout out Providence. And now it is time to assess Devin Carter's grade. Now, obviously, he didn't play until the start of the new calendar year. And from what we saw, it's kind of hard to grade players when you don't know what they are or what they are supposed to be. Because as far as what what you expected from them, right? So I feel like, and again, I'm getting sick and tired of giving players B. I don't think anybody got a B, but you're getting B's and B minuses and some B pluses, some A's mixed in. I think Keon got an A. Keon's our only A.
Sabonis got an A, right?
Now. Not for me.
I gave him an A.
Not for me, he didn't.
I gave Keegan an A minus too.
No, Keegan didn't get an A for me either.
What'd you give Valanciunas? I was in the meeting for that one.
I think I gave Valanciunas either an A or a B because it was. I gave him an A because cool. You know, he
have the meat.
He did his thing. So it's time for Devin Carter. We couldn't give Devin Carter a midseason grade because he didn't play. With that being said, now we are going to give his end of season grade. I'm going to start. What do you do with somebody like this, man? Injuries, rookie season. I think the easiest out here is to just give him a B. I think Devin Carter gets a B. Some days he played 12 minutes. Some days he didn't play at all. I am kind of worried about the injury thing. I know he didn't miss a ton of time at Providence, but he missed a lot of time this season, even after he came back. 1 shoulder, 2 shoulder. I don't know, man. I'm giving him a B because I just think that's the easiest thing to do.
All right, so before I give a grade, I want to preface it with this. I believe that your rookie grade means almost nothing when it comes to your long-term projectability when you're talking about a player picked between like 10 and 30 in the draft. Like those players have a 50-50 chance of turning into anything. A lot of times they're 19-year-olds, can't find playing time as a 19-year-old number 20 overall pick.
Right.
Obviously, Devin Carter's a little older, but just preface it by saying I believe rookie years for mid-first round picks don't matter in terms of grades. I would give him a B+, and I would say I'm less optimistic about the future now that the person who drafted him and the front office that is invested in him is not there anymore.
Yeah.
Because now there's no emotional commitment to him. You got to perform like right away next season to have a long-term spot on the team.
Yeah, there's no incentive. I don't think, we haven't heard that Vivek has any connection to Devin Carter. And we've heard these things before. Joe Lacob was really high on Brandon Pajemski. So owners can definitely have players, and specifically rookies, that they like. I haven't heard about that with Vivek and Devin Carter, which tells me that there's really no connection. Devin Carter might not even be on this team going into next season. That's the reality of the situation.
It's a possibility. If they want to go big fish hunting, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, and Devin Carter is your trade package.
I still don't truly believe, and it's tough because you want the defense to be better, but I do think positions matter, and I do find Devin Carter and Keon Ellis to be redundant, and especially when your team is imbalanced. If you had everything else you needed and you had Devin Carter and Keon on a team together, then cool. But on a team that is unbalanced, I don't know that you can continue to just rock and roll with both those guys on the team. And I'm taking Keon over Devin Carter right now. I'm not trying to ship Devin Carter off, but if you're trying to improve the team and work around the edges, somebody got to go.
Well, the key word I think is right now. Because Brennan Nunez made this point, like Devin Carter has essentially 6 years of team control going forward. And Keon Ellis might be off this team by 2026 because if they accept his $2.3 million team option, he'll be an unrestricted free agent after 2026. So after next year, he could possibly do whatever he wants in free agency. So in that sense, I think they are... Right now, the skill sets might be redundant, but I don't believe both of them are going to be on the roster long term. Now, if they work out a long-term extension with Keon, I agree with you. It doesn't bode well for Devin Carter's future. But as it stands right now, I don't think both of them are going to be on the roster after next season. I find it hard to envision a world where both are on the roster come 2026.
Yeah, so as far as the grades are concerned, I'm giving Devin a B. I think I would... The only reason I'm not giving him B minus is because, he's new in the league. He's trying to find his footing. I did kind of count the injuries against Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk. I'm not counting it against him as much. I don't know why. It's just my grade. And by the way, Scotty on the SAC chat is saying all A's and B's for a bunch of dudes who couldn't win a play-in game and took part in one of the most disappointing seasons in team history. I think that's a good point, Scotty, but maybe not in the way that you think, because it does just add on to the conversation of this team just not fitting, right? I mean, everybody kind of did what they do, but it didn't work. So there is a world where you can have a team with A's and B's. Now, I like I said, I'm not going to fight anybody on Malik Monk, and I've been very open with the fact that Malik Monk is my favorite player on the team. So Malik probably deserved a C+. I'll give you that. Okay, I have been swayed enough that Malik can drop down to a C+. I've been bullied enough by the listeners that I will drop Malik down to a C+. But I don't know how you can give Domantas Sabonis a C. I don't know how you can give I know Whitey Gleason might, but as far as DeMar DeRozan is concerned, my thought process is he is who he is. The two guys I think you could argue should not be in the B conversation is Malik Monk and Keegan Murray. Those are the two guys you would probably argue, and I think Keegan's second half saved him a bit, but the tougher graders out there that I couldn't stand when I was in school, yeah, Malik and Keegan are getting C's. I think DeMar is who he is, so I'm not going to bag on him for that. So DeMar is not going to get a C from me. And Zach LaVine, was exactly who he was on the Bulls, besides 1 or 2 less points and 1 or 2 less shots. So it says more about the makeup of the team versus, yeah, fine, let's give all these guys C's and D's because they lost in the play-in. Now, that performance was a D against the Mavs. It was more like an F. That performance was, but looking at the season and what they did individually, yeah, I will not fight anybody if you want to drop Keegan Murray to a C and Malik Monk to a C. I won't fight you on that.
And bringing it back to Devin Carter specifically, right? I think Devin Carter is being punished for the people who could have been selected with that draft pick.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't want to, again, I personally am of the opinion the Dalton Connects, the Tristan DeSilvas, the Khalil Wares, I will say play the long game with Devin Carter on that. The only one that I will say the Kings, I feel pretty confident right now saying they whiffed on is McCain with the 76ers, because finding a potential 20-point per game every night scorer in the NBA in the middle of the first round, that doesn't happen every year. And if it does, there's maybe one of those guys.
Yeah.
And McCain looks like he can be one of those dudes that scores 20, like one of those 50 or 60 guys in the league that could score 20 points every night at his prime. So that's the one that I feel like, yeah, they probably should have gone with him over Carter. Everyone else, I would say, keep playing the long game.
I would say Khalil Ware, I feel pretty confident that he will be a player. I don't know that he'll be a star. Tristan DeSilva, and somebody else mentioned this on the chat. Yeah, Tristan DeSilva did not light it up per se. He got playing time, but he didn't light it up. Dalton Connect to me was an obvious fit. That's what he was to me. You knew that it was very possible you move off of Kevin Huerter. The rumblings were there. You get a Dalton Connect who's bigger than Kevin Huerter and essentially is a better version of Kevin Huerter. To me, the Dalton Connect thing was an obvious fit miss. And you decide to go in the direction of a better quote-unquote talent, and Devin Carter couldn't even play to start the season, and you knew that. So I hear you on Jared McCain. I would add Ware, and I would add Dalton Connect. But the other guys, the Tristan DeSilva, I'm not adding them yet. Even Cody Williams, who I believe went too early for the Kings, he's looked terrible. And Tejan Salon, who went, 6? He's looked awful.
Well, and the pick immediately after Devin Carter was Bub Carrington. And Bub Carrington, again, he went through a lot this year, so I'll give him the grace. But he, nerd stats say he was one of the worst players in the league this year also. So I will give those players some grace, just as I'm giving Devin Carter some grace. And I could get to you there on Khalil Ware, too. I think the second half Khalil Ware performance looks at it like, oh, yeah, that's a guy who might be a double-double a night guy down the road.
Trey Lyles and the Trey Lyles movement. What happens next? We give Trey Lyles his end-of-season grade when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry have finalized a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
And on the text line, of course, like I said, phone line's always open, 916-339-1140, or you can holler at us on the text line just like the 916 did, talking about how people were upset that I didn't give Malik Monk a C, and I've been too easy on Malik Monk because he's my favorite player on the team. 916 responds, how can you give Monk a C? You're asking him to play a position he has never played before in the NBA. You're bringing him up to a starter and then making him a point guard. We all know what Monk is, a flamethrower off the bench. He is a scorer and can run a little pick and roll with Domas. Give Monty and the front office an F for signing DeMar and then trading Fox for peanuts. I mean, we can give them grades. They're gone now. You can give them whatever grade you want. But yeah, that's why I didn't initially give Malik Monk a C. But to your point, 916, Malik Monk has been open about wanting to be a starter. Saw this as an opportunity. So it's not as if Malik was all meek and mild on the bench saying, please, I don't want to start. No, he wanted the challenge. So we have to grade him as such. Just signed a new contract, the MVPG, most valuable pizza guy. So I hear you. Like I said, I gave him a B-.
I'm a pizza guy.
And other fans convinced me to drop him down to a C. 404 says, don't forget about Yves Missi. Yeah, he's another one. When did he go?
18.
Yeah, see, that to me, I have a limit as far as quote unquote misses. If that I give more credit to the Pelicans versus a miss from the Kings. Dalton Knecht hits, Jared McCain hits 2-3 picks later. That's a Kings miss versus Giannis going 15. That's a Bucks hit to me.
Yeah, but that's a once in a generation hit.
But I'm not going to sit there and look at all the teams that drafted and said that whoever went whatever bust in that draft in the top 5, they missed on Giannis. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. I mean, people are in hindsight will make the argument Giannis should have been a top 5 or top 10 pick, but
yeah,
no one knew at the time. I mean, he was an 18-year-old from Greece who was 6'11" and like 180 something pounds. So I understand why it took some vision to get Giannis to become the player that he was, or get Jokic to become the player that he was.
Right. Yeah, Jokic. Did everybody? Oh man, they all missed. I mean, technically they did, but that's more about the Nuggets hit, and this is once in a lifetime.
But it's also about development, right? Which is why, to put a bow on the Devin Carter of it all, your development will take time, which is why I prefaced all of it at the front end by saying first-year results matter little to me in terms of the projectability. Grady Dick for the Toronto Raptors, who was picked at 13th the year before, was in the G League as a rookie.
Yeah.
And now he's a 6th man for, not a great team, but it's better than people would have said after his first year.
But he was a top pick, though.
He was picked at the exact same spot as Devin Carter.
Yeah.
So I'd say give it time.
But if we're talking about misses, let's not treat missing on Yves Missi, who, went later in the draft, and we think he's going to be good. I don't know that he's going to be all world. And it's the NFL draft today, and we got draft talk coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Chris Sims just roasting Brock Purdy, and my Raiders getting Aston Genty. But if you want to talk about misses, then let's not forget the most obvious situation here, where you have the Kings, they take Tyreek Evans at 4, and you have the Minnesota Timberwolves doing the craziest thing you've ever seen, taking not 1, but 2 point guards in front of Steph Curry back to back. I mean, to me, yeah, that is the other side of it, where no team has ever missed that poorly. I 2 in a row, same position, Kyle. This wasn't we needed a center. They took 2 guards in front of Steph Curry. So the Kings did not do that. That might be the savior for the NBA. That saves the Luka draft for the Kings, right? That's worse.
It's different generations.
2 in a row, 2 picks in a row.
Sure, but my point is every generation has their own version of this, right? If it was Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan, and then it was Darko over Dwayne Wade and Carmelo and Chris Bosh.
Yeah.
And then it was Greg Oden over Kevin Durant. And then it was the Timberwolves. And honestly, it was then the Kings 4 times. Like, people forget they took Jimmer over Klay Thompson. They then took Thomas Robinson over Damian Lillard. They took Macklemore over CJ McCollum, and then they took Marvin Bagley over Luka.
But that last one, that's the one.
Yeah, but Marvin Bagley over Luka is Johnny Flynn over Steph Curry for a new generation.
And Ricky Rubio.
Yeah, both of them.
Let's get to our grade on Trey Lyles, and the Trey Lyles movement was in effect.
Trey Lyles movement
for some of the season. I came out here 2 years ago, and the Trey Bays were strong in Sacramento. I watched Trey Lyles last season, and I had to be very careful, but I thought I don't really know what the Trey Bays are seeing here. I don't get it. He's dealt with injury a good bit. Trey Lyles is going to be a free agent. Now, the reason we're still giving him a grade and assessing him is because the Kings could quite possibly bring him back. But I've always said that Trey Lyles being the ninth guy in your rotation is outstanding. Maybe even the eighth. You start getting to sixth, seventh, and an eighth that you're playing a good bit. That's where I need to see more from Trey Lyles. He had a good end to the season. A lot of it was more dirty work versus his shooting. And Trey Lyles, I think, has been one of the more confusing players ending the season. I think a lot of people, especially with the injuries that the Kings had, a lot of people were out on Trey Lyles. And I know I was. The season gets closer to ending. Trey Lyles kind of heats up, and you think, oh, I'm happy that this is happening, but are we going to kind of respectfully get roped into this again? So in 69 games, Trey Lyles played 6.5 points, which is essentially a point less than his career average, 4.6 rebounds, which is 0.3 more than his career average, 1.2 assists is essentially his career average, 0.1 better, 42% from the field, which is 2% worse, 34% from three, which is 0.7 worse, 70% from the free throw line, which is 4% worse. And Kyle, to me, Trey Lyles, I like what he can do at times. He averaged 19 minutes a game when he did play. He started in 5 games. I think that if you are trying to get where you need to go, I don't know if it would be a vet minimum or anything like that. I don't see Trey Lyles on this roster. And if he is on this roster, he'll be doing more Jake Crowdering than anything else. Trey Lyles, I think he did save his grade a little bit at the end of the season. He was a C for me at the midseason, and I can be nice and give him a C+, but it's a non-starter for me.
Yeah, I'll give him like a B-, C+ kind of range. Yeah, this was his lowest career average, or I should say lowest average as a Sacramento King in major statistical categories like points, shot attempts per game, rebounding. Last year he was lower in rebounding, but lower than where he was the Beam Team season. I remember when Trey Lyles re-signed in 2023, he talked about this was the best fit or best situation he'd ever been in at any point of his NBA career. Now, and I said earlier in the year, I want Trey Lyles to come back on this team. I want for Trey Lyles' case for him to still be a rotation player on an NBA team.
Yes, of course.
And all of the people who helped orchestrate the best stretch of his career in his mind and helped him fit a role are gone, right? It's Monty, it's Mike Brown, and it's Jordy Fernandez, right? Those were the people who traded for him, helped his development, and was the reason why he wanted to re-sign. The fact all those people are gone doesn't bode well unless he's a locker room guy. But like you said, if they want to go Bobby Portis shopping or they want to bring back Jake LaRavia and they keep Valanciunas, where are you going to find the minutes for Trey Lyles, barring injury, right? Because he was huge when Sabonis went down. He was huge when Keegan went down in terms of filling minutes. And starting and playing well, right? He won the Defensive Player of the Game chain in Cleveland. Mm-hmm. Tremendous performance. I just don't know if he would be one of the 9 rotation guys coming back on a Kings team hoping to make upgrades.
That's the main thing, hoping to make. Somebody's got to get upgraded. So I'm sticking with the C, and he turns 30 in November. All right. He's 29 right now. I think he'll be on a roster somewhere, but it will be in not a different role as far as what he's doing, but as far as the minutes that he's getting, getting 19 on average a game in 2024, 2025, I don't see that happening. I think he is one of the last remaining pieces of that, the good feelings from the Beam Team season. Obviously, you're going to have Sabonis, but It's very similar to even with the Giants as they had their 3 championships. And I know the Kings didn't win a championship, but slowly but surely, okay, Hunter Pence is gone. Okay, Buster Posey is gone. Who's left? And then when Brandon Crawford was gone, or Brandon Belt, they all eventually went away, and you move into a new situation. But you do hold on to your foundational pieces, which is Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray. Really just stops at Domantas Sabonis.
Are there any others? Yeah, it depends on what they do with Keegan. I see Aaron on the Sack Chat makes the point he could be the Udonis Haslem of the Kings.
Sure.
I agree, but you just mentioned it. He's 29 going on 30.
Right, he's not 40 or 50.
Does he have, he can do that maybe in 4 years.
Yeah.
I think the question is just, does he still have that basketball left in him to be a bench contributor? I'm not even saying on a contender, just on a team in the league.
You think he's going to be out the league?
No, I'm saying he might go to Portland and play 25 minutes.
Well, I don't even really know why he'd go to Portland.
Money, baby. Money.
He is not getting 25 minutes in Portland.
I'm just saying, if he's not that guy anywhere, what do you have for the Kings? He had 20 on the Kings.
Yeah, I have no clue who, because everyone is, my point is, it's not about Trey Lyles, a player. This is the, and I know we got to get to a break. Kyle's giving me that look. This is the Isaiah Thomas thing, right? These teams would rather give time. If you're going to stink, these teams would rather give time to the 20-year-old stink bomb, than with a high ceiling than a Trey Lyles who might be better right now. But what are we doing here?
It just depends on where he fits, right? If they offer him a $4 million contract and nobody else in the league is offering him $4 million, then cool. I guess a marriage of convenience.
Oh, no, I agree with that. I don't think he will. I don't think wherever he goes next, he'll play a lot, is all I'm saying.
We'll see.
And we have the question, do we want Trey Lyles to come back next year? I would say the Beam team has moved on. Let's go ahead and move on ourselves. And we are going to move on, take a brief respite from some Kings talk. And you have an article, Dan Moore, who wrote this for the Ringer about the A's. And, Whitey talked about this a couple days ago. I'm just now getting around to it. But I always like to ask for calls and texts when we talk about the A's in Sacramento. How are you feeling about the Sacramento A's? And whether or not, as Dan puts it, the Sacramento sold their soul for the A's. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Whitey here with another great grilling tip. The Napoleon Stainless Steel Prestige 500 Connected Propane Grill with infrared side and rear burner featuring Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity brings you closer to your grilling experience than ever before. The Napoleon Connected lets you monitor temperatures, set timers, and receive high temp warnings. Boop, boop. All from your smartphone with temperature probes and LCD display. You'll always know exactly what's happening inside your grill. Napoleon's LED control knobs even illuminate for nighttime entertaining and feature safety glow. Napoleon grills, simply the best.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531. When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. I am Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
12 months ago, when Athletic owner John Fisher formally announced his plan to relocate the team from Oakland to West Sacramento ahead of a more permanent move to Las Vegas in 2028, the sky behind him darkened. The clouds twitched, rain fell. It was a surprise press conference called only that morning, and the crowd at Sutter Elk Park was small, polite, smattering of local press, but the 63-year-old billionaire seemed nervous. He spoke for only 90 seconds, his speech a stack of platitudes. At one point, he tried describing how excited he was to watch A's players launch home runs out of, quote, the most intimate ballpark in Major League Baseball. But it seemed he couldn't remember any A's players' names, so he reached clammily instead for Aaron Judge. Last month at the A's inaugural home opener in Sacramento, it rained again. Technical difficulties, disruptions to the radio broadcast, delays for a wayward drone dogged the proceedings on TV. The facilities at Sutter Health looked fragile and small and very minor league. It diminished the A's in both esteem and effect. Space left center that the team had set up for pre- and post-game press conferences turned out to be a garden shed. At one point, a bat, mammalian kind, got caught in the netting behind home plate and died. And the A's got trounced, losing to the Cubs 18-3, the worst loss suffered by a team at their home opener in MLB history. That is how Dan Moore starts his article about the A's in the Ringer, the Faustian bargain of the Sacramento Athletics. And Kyle, me and you have kind of talked about this article, and he really gets into it, man. He really does. I know Whitey and Kyle Draper talked about it earlier this week. Of course, there were conversations. I know Draper said he was trying to go to the game this weekend. I might go to the game tonight. I'm trying to work out the logistics. Some of the things that are said are a little extra, and that's why I wanted to read the beginning, because he really does paint a picture. Does a great job painting a picture, by the way. But, you know, at the end of the day, I still boil this thing down to, if something is in your area and you have nothing to do with it, right, and it's going to happen either way, are you not supposed to go and just have an experience? So I don't have any ill will. And I lived in Oakland for years, and I'm from the Bay Area, and I feel really bad for my friends that are Oakland fans and Oakland natives when it came to the Raiders, not the Warriors so much, because they were the San Francisco Warriors back in the day, but the Raiders and the A's, we get all that. But I love the word of compartmentalizing, and I'm compartmentalizing how I feel about my friends and Oakland fans to what Sacramentans should be doing. You want to rip on John Fisher and Vivek in your article? Cool. But I don't really know what Sacramento fans are supposed to do.
So my thoughts, first of all, is everyone should read this story because it is so good. It is so nuanced. It's like 30-minute read. Cannot recommend it enough. He talks to Mayor Kevin McCarty, talks to Dave and Matt George. He talks to people who are raising families here, multi-generation Sacramento, or I guess Oakland athletics fans in Sacramento. He starts off, at before opening day and takes it through the second series. It's so good. It's so nuanced. And kind of the point is, I think everyone's going to put their moralities in different places and also put where they spend their dollars in different places, right? Personally, I believe what the A's are doing is atrocious. It is an embarrassment to them, and Sacramento is doing a great job of avoiding the stink because all of those embarrassment, the bat dying and the net, the drones, the scoreboard breaking.
And I don't mess with bats.
18-3.
Yeah. Well, and the other, what's funny is when you bring up Sacramento's avoiding the stink, it's interesting because they're not really avoiding it on purpose. The A's kind of protected them. A lot of Sacramentans, we took calls last week, they would maybe be supporting more. And some of these numbers that are coming out, these attendance numbers are questionable, and every ballpark does it fine, but these numbers are a bit questionable. And they've essentially been saved by the A's because I do think that Sacramento would be part of the stink if Sacramento came out here and said, hey, we're the Sacramento A's until we're not. You'd see Sacramento A stuff everywhere. You'd probably see better attendance, and they'd be a part of it, and maybe they wouldn't care. Where I want to take this is that I think it's hilarious, and I was talking to someone who will remain unnamed. I was talking to someone who their take was essentially Oakland never should have stopped going to games, and when it comes to Sacramento, we're gonna show that we can support a ballpark, right? That was kind of the take. My rebuttal was, well, I do feel like Oakland thought they were in a bit between a rock and a hard place, right? They were essentially feeling like this thing is already cooked. They're already going somewhere. It's just a matter of where. So us showing up and giving them more money isn't going to help. The rebuttal to that was, well, if every day it was packed, it would have looked bad on John Fisher to still leave. I think it's easy to say that from the outside looking in. Now you find yourself in a position, Sacramento does, which is not completely the same, or not exactly the same as Oakland, but you go and everybody looks down on you for supporting Fisher. And on top of that, they don't even have Sacramento written on anything besides the Little Tower Bridge. So you go and everyone looks down on you because of how you're being viewed. Meanwhile, out in Portland, they just passed something for a ballpark. So they're trying to cook up something out there in Portland. You don't go and everybody says, wow, you can't even sell out a minor league stadium. So two different situations, but two cities who were feuding, whose natives were feuding with each other.
Or being forced to feud against each other.
And now Sacramento finds himself in not the same position, but a similar position as Oakland. And I feel like because, and we took calls on this, because there's no Sacramento attached, A's fans, or I should say Sacramentans, don't necessarily feel a connection. Now, I will say this, and don't get mad at me, Sacramento. I do think that could change if the A's are good. I do think that could change if the A's are cooking and they're second in the AL West and they're going to the playoffs. Yeah, that thing will be packed.
But they would then go back to San Francisco for a playoff game.
Yes, they would.
What does that say to Sacramento if that situation happens? And there's so much good stuff in the story. I could talk about it for hours, but I think you kind of hit on the point, which is like Sacramento is now being forced into making the same decisions Oakland is making, except there's no preconceptions that you can save the team.
Right.
They're telling you, we're staying.
Leaving.
And that makes it easier for more people to say, well, then why am I going to support you? And one person they talked to in the story, his name is Rob Roberts, and he has this giant collection of A's memorabilia. And he lives in Galt. He's been an A's fan his entire life. And he's kind of this perfect example of the moral dilemma where when Moore is talking to him before the season starts, he's like, I will not give John Fisher a single dollar.
Mm-hmm.
And then opening day comes around and he's there at the stadium.
Yeah.
And he's like, I just had to be here. He's from Galt. I've lived in the Sacramento area for 35 years. I had to be here. I had to give Fisher the money. And then as time goes on, he's like, I don't know if I'm going to go back, but I'm glad I had that one experience. It's this incredible moral dilemma that has never happened before. And it's so hard to try and navigate because none of it makes sense.
Everyone knows Malik Monk, my favorite player on the Kings, and everyone is starting to know that Lawrence Butler is my favorite player on the A's. But goodness gracious, he's really trying, but he continues to say things that just kind of don't sound great. And I have that audio for you when we return. We tie a bow on the A's, and we get into a little bit of draft talk. NFL draft coming up tonight. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Ram Truck Month is back. Chad, what kind of deals are happening at Hoblet?
Right now, save up to $17,000 off MSRP on the hard-to-find new 2024 Ram 2500 Bighorn Crew Cabs. We have hundreds of new Ram Heavy Duties available with huge savings, including on the new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties. One of many reasons we are California's #1 Ram truck dealer.
Okay, what kind of selection are we talking about?
We have over 300 new Ram Heavy Duties available, including the all-new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties everyone's buzzing about. With more arriving daily, it's a full-on Ram takeover. If you've been thinking about a new Ram Heavy Duty, now is the time, especially with potential tariffs that could impact the pricing soon.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 Bighorns after $79.72 factory rebates and $90.28 dealer discount. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders. To this net savings, sample VIN 395, 300, and 396-633. See dealer for details.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635. And you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters in auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations, covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, a huge spring savings for you today.
Spring has sprung, and now is the best time to spruce up your home. Between spring cleaning and evaluating your home, it is the perfect time to reach out to the folks at the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Jason Ross here, and I'm so glad we did. We reached out, and we're now about a month in to our brand new garage doors. Now, first off, we improved our curb appeal. They look great, and it's one of the first things people notice when they approach your home. A new, modern, stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your home, just like it did for us. Also, how about this for a nice benefit? The return of investment. A new garage door is high on the return of investment home improvement project list. It's one of the more cost-effective upgrades you can make to improve your home's value. Hey, see for yourself. Check out their products. Go to the showroom at 6756 Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Looking for fun for the whole family? Sacramento Rivercats Baseball has it all at Sutter Health Park. Enjoy exciting baseball, kids' activities, tasty ballpark treats, and more. Family memories start here. Get your Rivercats baseball tickets at rivercats.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
If you missed Scott Perry on the morning show with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, that's coming up in its entirety in about 15 minutes. So if you missed Scott Perry, GM of the Kings, that's right, GM of the Kings, on our airwaves, being asked questions from Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. That's coming up in 15 minutes. That was early this morning. I know everybody's running around, dropping off the kids. I see a bunch of prom pictures going on. I guess prom was last weekend and senior ball. See, I had junior prom and then senior ball. We didn't have prom as a senior.
These schools getting out in May now? What's
well,
happening?
They're not done yet, but they had their proms.
My last day of school was like June 18th, man. I don't know what they doing with these early proms.
Did you have a prom king and queen?
Yeah, we did.
We did not.
I was the last year before COVID happened, so ours was still, normal. I have no idea what they do nowadays. Sure. I'm sure they're probably back to doing all that stuff.
I hope so.
The guy who won prom king at our school is now in the NFL.
That fits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
He's a safety for the Broncos. Shout out JL.
Was the king and queen dating?
No.
Okay.
They were
That's
not.
Real storybook. Well, shout out to prom king in the NFL, and shout out to all the high schoolers about to graduate and go off into the real world. That's how it works. Speaking of the real world, the reality is that the Kings, the A's are not playing in a major league ballpark. And as much as you might want to try to dress this thing up, they're not. And Lawrence Butler, he was in the first home series, he said Oakland, right? And then he said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Right after he said Oakland, it went viral, of course. And here he is trying to talk about Nick Kurtz, who great debut. He gets his first MLB hit, gets an RBI as well, and he's trying his best to talk about how good of an experience it's going to be. And unfortunately, it's just funny. Here it is.
In Washington, it was pretty cool. I mean, just being able to step out into a big league stadium for the first time. Obviously, he won't be able to experience that, but I mean, it's still a cool feeling, just playing a first big league game. It's amazing. I mean, you're going to be playing against top talent in the world.
I mean, he won't be able to experience. He's already played here in AAA,
yeah,
and he's not doing it on purpose. But these players are just in tough spots, man.
Yeah, they're asking too much. Like, what was it? I saw the other night, the umpire was doing the challenge thing, and he's like, athletics have lost the challenge.
It's tough, man.
It's because it's all dumb.
Yeah.
All of this is so dumb. And, people are talking about what should I do, this or that or the otherwise. There's never been a playbook for this. And they make the point, going back to the Dan Moore story, like Sacramento had their team almost taken away from them, and how they get this weird experience also, and the weird moralities of it. It's like, yeah, this has never happened before. There's never been a temporary stay in a completely different city than the city that you're about to move to. It's all so dumb.
Yeah, the 209 says it's just all so sad. Oakland Coliseum was an experience. Going to Sutter Health tomorrow. Don't know how I'll feel. The article speaks to that. I love Sac, but this has always felt wrong. So that's how the 209 feels about it. Louis on the text line, he's saying it a little differently. He says, hey, Sacramento sells out Golden One for a bad basketball team. We would definitely sell out for the A's if they embraced our city and our community. There's no love for the city, then there's no love for their team. So, and again, you're probably being saved a little bit, Sacramento. A lot of people don't like how this thing is going. So you can go, you can enjoy yourself. And, maybe your friend from Oakland might give you a hard time, but because you're not, it's almost better. Could you argue that it's not getting packed out every night? And it's just, hey, it's enough people to where it's, hey, there's Major League Baseball. People are going to go. It's something to do versus, yeah, that's right. It's lost a lot of venom. Yeah, that's right, Oakland. This is our team now. It doesn't feel like that anymore because it's not your team. No. It's not Oakland's team, and it's not your team.
It's not Oakland, Sacramento, or Las Vegas.
No,
team.
It's just there.
It just exists, which is why this is all so dumb. And even the players are struggling with it. I'm sure Kotze is struggling with it. All of it is so strange. And to that point, like, if they sold even just a Sacramento A's jersey.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you know how many thousands of people would be rocking Sacramento A's jerseys?
That's a great point. They actually didn't need to say, because the whole thing is, hey, well, we don't want to change it to Sacramento and then change it to Vegas. They actually didn't have to change the name. They could have the Warriors left Oakland and they still wore, now some people roasted them for it, but they still wore Oakland jerseys. I don't know if they still do now, but they did for the first couple years, right? And again, some people said that's kind of stupid too, but you could have worn a special City Connect Sacramento jersey and you would have made a lot of money without calling the team the Sacramento A's. Just a special jersey that you wear once in a blue moon. That's it.
Yes, they just, for some reason, don't want the association with Sacramento, which is crazy because why are you even here then?
Because they have no choice.
They can always stay in Oakland.
No, well, yeah, well, sure, they can.
Yeah, they could always go to Vegas.
That's like saying your parents got a divorce and your dad is looking for a spot. I mean, you could always live at home. Well, I could, but...
Well, we made the joke about the renting, too. I didn't realize this until I read the Dan Moore story. Vivek's fronting the bill for all this stuff. Yeah. They're not even paying for the new clubhouse or the lights.
Meanwhile, Portland is cooking up there. And what I've heard, and this is what was kind of already known, but what I've heard is this is all about Vegas falling through. This is not about, when Vivek mentioned, oh, there's going to be 2 expansion teams, one in the East, one in the West, when I don't know that he was supposed to say that. That expansion team is not going to Sacramento.
No.
You either are going to luck out and Vegas falls through and you're already in Sacramento and you still couldn't play based on how Sutter Health was built. You could not expand to that ballpark. You would still have to make a new ballpark, but you would get that opportunity, or it's cooked. From what I'm hearing, this is all about Vegas falling through. That's it. The expansion thing, there's a reason Portland is doing some things. There's a reason Salt Lake City, we've never talked about Salt Lake City this much besides the last 2 years. It's got to be finders keepers or this is all for naught.
Yeah, so the East one is all but set to be in Nashville.
Yeah, which will be sick, by the way.
It's going to be interesting for
Yes.
sure. A second team in the South along with the Braves.
Hey, I'm with it.
So Nashville's going to get that one. It's probably going to be Portland, maybe Salt Lake City, because we know that Ryan Smith guy who owns the Jazz and the Utah Hockey Club has got money to spend. Sacramento, we would have heard about them putting together a plan at this point if it was ever in the works. I think, and Jeff Passan said this as soon as it happened, is like the motivation is if the Vegas deal falls through, and there are funding questions, they're less, they still expect to break ground in the summer, but there are funding questions about where all this is going to come from, then they will stay wherever they are when the deal falls apart. Maybe that's Sacramento, maybe that's back in Oakland, maybe that's a third place, but wherever they are when that deal falls apart is where they're just going to be stuck.
And let me tell you this right now, and there was a reason that, look, they didn't have to. We thought that they could go against it in a sign of solidarity. But the San Francisco Giants, they've really played this thing perfectly. They, and when it comes to expansion, the reason Portland might be ahead of Sacramento and Salt Lake City is the same reason a lot of people don't feel good about the Monarchs coming back because of the Valkyries. You're going to have to explain to Portland or to Salt Lake City that a city that is an hour away from a Major League Baseball team is going to get another team over you, Portland, or over you, Salt Lake City. And you're not going to be able to sell that. So the Giants knew exactly what they were doing. On top of that, they've had a pretty darn good start to the season just because, and slowly but surely, everybody is going to have to make a decision, whether you're an A's fan or not, and you get to a point where, your kid is big on baseball and the A's are in Vegas. You're looking around and you're thinking, I guess we're just going to go to the Giants game. This was always the Giants' plan.
Well, and you can sell people on the team being an hour and a half away if you can sell 25,000 tickets, which brings us right back to where we started the whole conversation, is you're supposed to have to try out for a team that's not yours, that doesn't care about you, and just blindly give them your money.
Yeah. Some text coming in. I would rock a jersey at Sacramento with the A's in Sacramento as the logo for sure. 530, they don't want to associate with Sacramento because they know Sacramento actually has a shot to keep them if Vegas falls through. Yeah, I think that's part of it, 530, as far as they don't want to give Sacramento hope, and they don't want it to look like there is anything shaky happening with the Vegas deal. The 916 says, I'm sorry, Oakland lost the A's, but the fact is they didn't support them. That's why they left. I hope they stay in Sacramento permanently. I hope they make the move to keep them, build a new stadium, move forward in Sacramento. I will support them. Yeah, I'm not wasting my time, 916. Like I said, you can do your own homework. That's not why Oakland lost them. But if you want to support the A's in Sacramento, you can do just that. When we return, the 1 o'clock hour, we replay Scott Perry on the morning show as he had a really good conversation with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear because I'm grilling up dinner. You get it?
Yes, good job.
So what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Power Business Technology Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-646-5959. That's 800-646-5959. 800-646-5959.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Sacramento, get ready. The Sacktown Sports Live events calendar is packed with epic shows you won't want to miss. Classic rock bands, America takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on May 9th. Then hip-hop legend LL Cool J brings the beats to Thunder Valley on May 10th. The Outlaw Music Festival rolls into Toyota Amphitheater on May 18th. And punk pioneers The Dam hit Ace of Spades on May 31st. June heats up with JJ Gray and Mofro at Ace of Spades on June 10th. Plus, country superstars Lee Brice and Walker Hayes at Ironstone Amphitheater on June 21st. Then it's 3 days of country fun at the Country Summer Music Festival at Sonoma County Fairgrounds on June 27th through the 29th. Get your boots ready for the Folsom Pearl Rodeo July 3rd through 5th. Then catch Cody Johnson at Golden One Center on July 18th and Parker McCollum at Ironstone Amphitheater on August 16th. Mark your calendars, grab your tickets, and don't miss out. Find all the details at sacktownsports.com.
The Stockton Chiladas are back, and Verizon has everything your family needs to enjoy it. Verizon's customers are passionate about baseball. That's why they need fast, reliable connections to their family's entertainment needs. Switch to Verizon 5G home internet today with plans starting as low as $35 per month. Guaranteed for at least 3 years with no surprise price hikes, with autopay and any Verizon mobile phone plan. Visit your local Verizon store. Learn more at verizon.com/5G home or call 800-VERIZON.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
I accidentally spilled some coffee on myself. I was late making breakfast. Whatever it was, if you missed Scott Perry on the morning show, it was a really, really good interview. So good. We are going to give you the opportunity to hear it again. Here's Scott Perry on with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
The new general manager of your Sacramento Kings, Scott Perry. Scott, it's Dave. It's Jason. Good morning and thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to be on with Dave and Jason. Looking forward to spending a lot more time with you guys over the coming days, months, weeks, and years.
Good. Let's make it a regular habit. Yeah, we were going to say that. We'd love to have you on every couple weeks, Scott. And Jason and I put our heads together. We are right now, we're up to, what is it, Jason? We're $25 a bobblehead. We have Bobby Jackson and a couple others. And some free Fire Wings gift cards. Yeah. So I know you got an agent. I know you got a job to do and all that, but let's get our heads together and negotiate someday.
Okay. There's no bobblehead for me. I don't think I would look that good with a bobblehead.
I'll ask you an easy one first. And honestly, look, we appreciate you coming on. We saw the presser, of course, yesterday. Not that you probably need background because you know this town and you know how big of fans we all are. We don't hide it here. We're not trying to be journalists. So I just want to have a conversation with you, and please don't take anything wrong. They're just questions that we have, and questions I'm sure you know that we have. But let me give you an easy one. How does it feel to be? You had the 3-month, 4-month stint here. You're back in semi-familiar areas. Your thoughts coming into the job?
Awesome feeling, great opportunity. Really looking forward to it. I really enjoyed my time in Sacramento 8 years ago. That 3-month stint, it went very fast, but I thought it was really effective and productive. And opportunities like this don't happen a lot of times in our life, where you get a chance to come back and really finish what you felt like you started. So that's what I'm looking forward to now, is just coming back, being here, and making this team a long-term sustainable winner. So that's my focus. That's my mandate. And we're eager to get to work on that.
Yeah. So, Scott, how different then, let's go to that 8 years ago, the 3 months you were here, how different is your task list today compared to 8 years ago? Well, how different is the job now?
Well, obviously, I come back with a lot more experience as well. Not that I didn't have experience when I first got here, but my 6 years in New York in the same position was a great opportunity. Got a chance to really accomplish things in the world's biggest media market. So you learn a lot about yourself, and it provides some confidence coming back here that you can definitely do the things necessary to make this a very successful organization. And that's, again, going to be my focus each and every day. That's going to be the staff's focus. I can't go at it alone, obviously, but we're going to make sure that we have the right people in place to help us get where we need to get.
Scott Perry with us. Scott, you mind if I just ask you a direct question? You answer it however you want. It's just you and I talking. No one's listening.
just you and I. You guys. I totally understand. Don't forget, I was one of you for the last couple of years.
True.
Yes, we've seen clips.
You seen clips?
Oh, we've seen clips. Yeah.
So that now, if you've seen the clips, now you know why I'm back on this side.
I was a big fan of The Human, especially Monty McNair, and you read reports. Look, I'm just going to be straight up. Vivek Ranadive saved this team, along with David Stern and Kevin Johnson and these fans. We are, as you know, diehard Kings fans.
Absolutely.
I think Vivek is a model owner when it comes to running everything off the floor. But my worry is, like many owners, not that you dealt with, you in New York, different story there. And I take Vivek any day and twice on Sundays. And I'm aware I'm speaking on a sensitive topic here, but if you believe the reports, Monty lost some control towards the end. There was overruling. There was more than suggestions. Scott, frankly, you seem like a wonderful hire, and your reputation is sterling when it comes to the league. Every single person listening right now, including myself, is worried that, as in the past with Pete, with Vlade, and ultimately with Monty, that the powers above aren't just going to have a voice, but are going to have the ultimate final decision. So my excitement for you is honestly tempered by whether or not you're going to have the autonomy you need to use your skills to turn this franchise around. There's not really a question in there, Scott. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. This is what the fans are thinking. How would you address that?
No, understood. But what I would say to the fans is this. Obviously, I was not here during any of those times, so I really don't have a commentary on that. What I could tell you, the 3 months that I was here, I was able to build a very strong relationship with Vivek that lasted well beyond that. Over this past 8 years where we maintained contact, it was built on a tremendous amount of respect, understanding. He got a chance up close to see my work style. I learned his work style. We share a lot of the same values. And I think the biggest thing he knows is that I'm very connected in this industry, and I bring a lot of experience to the position. So, and no disrespect to those prior, I'm coming in here, haven't done this job before. So in our conversations, Vivek and our conversations, I have a strong comfort level. His only mandate to me was to build a sustainable winner in the way that I saw fit, and that he would support me and provide the necessary resources for us to be successful. And we have a very healthy dialogue. I said this yesterday. I welcome diversity of thought, but when we leave here, it's about having unity of purpose. So that will be our guiding principles on how we work together. And I wouldn't be sitting here if he didn't have the confidence in me to do this job, and I didn't have the confidence in he and I being able to work very well together, but ultimately me being the guy to make the basketball decisions necessary to move this franchise forward.
Scott Perry joining us. Scott, it's clear that your 3 months here had an impact on him, and obviously, as you just said, your open communication with him over the last 8 years while you were doing other things with the Knicks and even out of New York as well. Had an impact on him. So he knows what he's getting in you. What are you getting in coming back to this organization?
Well, I'm getting a tremendous organization, fan base. You know, I've been in the league going on 25, 26 years, been around this league. And this place is one of the special places that you come and visit because of the engagement of the fan base. I love that, love being a part of that. I know this community is starving to win once again and be consistently a good basketball team and put a good product on the floor. I embrace that. I really look forward to that. And so here I am. And here I hope to be for a very, very long time. And I hope, again, to make sure that this fan base gets a team that it richly deserves. And we'll see where, we see where we can take it, how high we can take this thing. And that's the goal.
Scott Perry joining us. And Scott, we appreciate your candor. Just, to kind of follow up, hypothetically, and I know everyone loves dealing with hypotheticals, but if you saw fit, if you took a look at this team and you ultimately said, you know what, I think our best move is to go with a full-scale Oklahoma City style, whoever you want to call it, rebuild. We're going to tear down, we're going to build up, and that's how we're going to get a sustainable winner. Or, hey, we're going to work around the edges, and we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and we're going to do the same thing. I'm not going to ask you what your strategy is because that would be silly, and I wouldn't want you to share it. But, again, are you specifically, or have you been empowered to where if you wanted to do a full-scale rebuild or the other, that is, you can absolutely do that? Those options are on the table for you?
I've been empowered to do exactly what I see fit, what is best for this organization, whether it's what you described or whether it's, like you said, build around the edges. I'm in the early assessment phase, obviously, this roster. I believe there is talent here. It's no secret that we need a true point guard with this current mixture of talent on the roster. And there's also no secret, in my opinion, that we need more length and athleticism along the front line if we want to enhance this current group here. So, as I mentioned yesterday in the press conference, I've been spending a lot of time talking with these players, which is important, and want to make sure that I'm setting the course and the vision of how we want to play, what it means to be a Sacramento King, and want to make sure that those guys will be on board with that. And so over the coming days, weeks, months, we're going to learn more about each other, and that will help formulate a lot of the decisions as we move forward.
Yesterday, you also mentioned, I know Doug Christie was asked about, or your head coaching position. That's an assessment phase, too, of him and of others that you said have reached out and shown interest in this position. Kind of where are you on the latest on on having the next head coach, whether it's Doug or someone else.
Yeah, just tell us what you're going to do. Break the news right now, Scott. It's fine.
Exactly. Hey, guys, here it is. Breaking news. You ready?
Yeah. Ready. We're waiting.
You ready? I'm going to have some more conversation around this position. Obviously, Doug is someone that I will be talking with more and spending time with. And I'm hopeful to have a decision within the next week or so.
With the draft coming up, obviously, and all of that. Not that we have a first round pick, but that doesn't mean you don't still have a lot of draft stuff to do. It'd be good to have that battery in place. And another thing, Scott, and again, I want to interject there. Now, can you guys bring a rabbit's foot and when the lottery happens and somehow get us to jump from 13 into the top 4 of the lottery? I'll do you one better.
That's my only request for you guys.
I'll do you one better.
We can jump into the first round.
I will cross my fingers, throw the salt over the shoulder. I will bring the rabbit's foot, and I might even donate a kidney as long as you can promise us if we get the number 1 pick in the draft, you're taking the kid from Duke. I don't feel like that's breaking news. Scott, we've had problems with this before.
Hey, obviously I can't comment on that directly, but all I can say is we both recognize good talent.
There you go. There's and I know you're busy. We so appreciate your time. Last thing on this, and of course, again, this is the real world. We're not going to ask specifics, but another big worry for fans is, and I won't even mention player names, but we've had players allude to or out and out say, "Hey, I need to figure out the direction. I need to talk to the organization. I need to see what the future is." And that was honestly, if I'm being candid, that's one of the things I was most excited about you coming here, Scott, because your reputation is that of being very good with players. I remember the George Hill, Zach Randolph, Vince Carter run. I respect your relationship. So what I'm not going to say is, hey, has XYZ player wanted out? But I will say, how have those conversations gone so far? And are you the guy that, hey, if you want out, I'm going to get you out?
So far, all of my conversations with each of these players has been very positive.
Okay.
I had surface relationships with a number of them, just haven't met them, whether it was through the draft process when I was at other teams. A lot of them obviously have reached out to players they know that I've worked with before. And the energy's been really good, been very positive. They've been very receptive to what I've been talking about. So, so far so good. They know that I'm going to my door is always open. I'm going to be very open, honest, and direct. My job is to do the very best I can by this organization. And while a player has a Sacramento Kings jersey on, we're going to pour everything we have into them. And I used a line yesterday that I want volunteers, not hostages. And so that will be figured out over time. And I've used that line a lot with the players when I talk to them, and all of them have been receptive to that. So, we'll see. Look, life happens along the way. But right now I've been very encouraged by the reception from them, and just talking to these guys. Seems like a really solid group of players, and they just want to do like so many other athletes do. They want to find a pathway to winning. And I'm challenging each and every one of them to come back better and do things this off season that will enhance our opportunities and chances at winning.
I want to finish our time together by saying, first off, thank you, Scott,
Yes,
and thanks to the Kings for providing you to us. I know we got a chance to hear you yesterday, but I think you would agree, and I'm looking at the numbers right now. We got a ton of people tuned in. There's a very important follow-up conversation. I can tell you this. Hopefully, we will talk in the future on this show. We're actually really fun guys. It's not all, I promise you, I do. And I would say this, this, but I would repeat it for everybody listening. There are no better fans in the NBA than in Sacramento, and there are no more underserved, wind, if you will, fans in the NBA than the Kings. If you make this work, you will never buy anything here again. You will be an absolute hero. We don't make people do time for past offenses, no matter whose they were. It's a fresh start, and everybody is behind you. And while we were talking, Scott, I realized, because we do want to bribe you to come back on, if I can get an address from our friend Becky, who set this up, I'll get a good address. Jason and I are going to go out and purchase 20 mirrors that we're going to send you, handheld mirrors for everybody to take a look at, because you said that yesterday.
I love it. Please purchase those and get one for me as well too.
You know what? We'll get one.
I'm going to hold myself every bit as accountable as I expect everyone else in this organization to do for themselves, starting with our players.
Well, I'm not pretty like you and Jason, so I avoid the mirror, but we get the point. Appreciate you.
Yes, this has been great, guys. Man, I've really enjoyed it, and look forward to connecting with you throughout the years, and go Kings.
Go Kings. I like how you said years too.
Yes, I did.
Plural.
Exactly.
Have a great summer, Scott. We'll be talking soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of laughs and good times right now. Hopefully they continue for Scott Perry, as he is the new GM for the Sacramento Kings. Great stuff from Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. When we return, we tie a bow on everything you just heard from Scott Perry, and we get into the NFL draft. What will the Niners and the Raiders do? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Breaking: the Sacramento Kings and Scott Perry have finalized a deal for him to become the next GM of the Kings. Keep it here for up-to-date breaking Sacramento Kings news. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones, like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, a huge spring savings for you today.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel,
Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th, with Diamond Pacific Supply and Trex, Michelob Ultra, and Carl's Jr. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door, service is their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554, National Garage Door.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Kyle Draper. Have you ever been driving along, listening to some tunes, or even better yet, your favorite sports talk radio show, when all of a sudden, bam, you hit a pothole or something on the freeway and your car starts making a funny noise, or it just doesn't run as smoothly anymore? Well, one of the first things you probably think about is how much it's going to cost to service your vehicle. Well, I know the perfect people to help you out. The service team at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is top-notch. Their convenient and quality care will help your Mercedes-Benz stay running like new. They have genuine parts, expert technicians, service savings, and personalized care. And they're open on Saturdays, too. But maybe you're ready for something new. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has you covered. They have a full selection of brand new and certified pre-owned vehicles, which will fit your budget. Plus, their rates are unbelievably low, and they have special consumer cash deals right now. But hurry up, because these deals won't last long. Head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and tell them Drape sent you, or go online anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Great stuff from Scott Perry. The question is, how much power will he have? How much control will he have? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out. I think he will have a good amount of power, a good amount of say-so to start. But as others have mentioned, this is not a King-specific thing. Owners meddling did not start in Sacramento. It happens everywhere. That team wins, gets talked about a lot less. And if that team doesn't win, it gets talked about a lot. Now, Jerry Jones, I would say, is a specific case, but he's not the only NFL owner that likes the spotlight, that likes to meddle. Now, I do think he probably meddles the most. I wouldn't say that Vivek meddles the most out of the NBA. I couldn't tell you who meddles more, but I can't sit here and tell you this is only happening in Sacramento. And if it wasn't, this is the only place where that happens. It's not. So Scott Perry's going to have an opportunity to do some things. There will be situations where Vivek overrules him. Let's just hope that it doesn't happen often. And let's just hope that when he does, it works. That's it. But I said this to kick off the show. My takeaways from Scott Perry yesterday during the introductory press conference and Scott Perry on our airwaves. And if you're joining us right now and you missed it for the second time, all good. You can check that out on YouTube. Check it out on the Sacktown Sports app. Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross, and even Christopher Law did a great job. But my takeaways, Vivek is a friend of Scott Perry. I think if you only spend 3 to 4 months with someone and you stay in communication for a very long time, since 2017, and you stayed in communication for 7-8 years, clearly you have a personal relationship. That matters. Scott Perry, Vivek believes that Scott Perry is a smart basketball mind and respects him. That matters. And last but not least, I think that Scott Perry is a cool guy, and Vivek thinks he's pretty cool. And everything we've learned from Vivek is that Vivek wants to be cool. I'm not saying he's not cool. I'm saying he also wants to be cool. I think I'm pretty cool. I also want to be cool. Nothing like us. Nothing like us. The random people that we'll see at Kings games that don't make a ton of sense. He wants to be viewed as cool. He wants to make Sacramento look cool, not just a little cow town anymore, huh? That promo had Vivek's prints written all over it. We want to be viewed differently. We will be second to no one. And Scott Perry, the pedigree that he brings, basketball people, basketball minds, whether it be Draymond Green on his podcast, whoever it is saying that this is a home run, this is a good pick. That's what Vivek wants. So with that being said, I believe that he will get, Scott Perry, a longer leash than other GMs have had. He will get the opportunity to maybe make a mistake because no GM is perfect. Even OKC picked up Gordon Hayward. That didn't work out. Not every move is perfect.
OKC also drafted Josh Giddey.
And they also they said, hey, we missed on Gordon Hayward. That was a miss. So every move is not going to be perfect. You have to have more hits than misses. But that's with a lot of things in life, whether it's sports or whether it's at your job. You got to do your job well more often than you don't.
I love
breaking news.
I love that you heard 30 minutes from a man who's had a year of media training, and you were like, that's a cool guy.
I am saying he is viewed as cool. Now, I do think he is cool, and I hope that look, if, Dave, at the beginning of the call kind of broke down that maybe this will be something that happens more often with Scott Perry. So look, I'm still new in the game. I know there's a hierarchy. So if they lock that down, great. But if he is still a free agent out there, I would love. Now, when here's my thing. I'm the midday show. Whitey, they get to go out to Tom's for the NFL draft. Dave, they got Scott Perry today. I love you, Kyle, but it's just me and you rocking.
Just,
maybe I can can I get the new, if it's Doug, can I get Doug? He's familiar with the station. Can I get a Doug? Can I get, come on. Can I get a Doug? Can I get a Leandro Barbosa? I'll take Leandro Barbosa. Hey, you were on the Warriors. I used to be in the Bay. I'll take if he's still there. I guess we got to double check on that one. Can I get the assistant GM? Can I get somebody?
We can't even get the G League coach.
Can I get some? Look, if everybody is getting stuff, and if this is what I need to do, I need to meet Scott Perry. Say, hey, when you get your assistant GM, whoever that is, here's my card. Even though Frankie is upset that I have a card and he doesn't, here's my card. Would love to have them on the midday show.
So you're saying it's going to be a couple cool guys?
Just a couple cool guys.
You and Scott Perry.
Yeah, just a couple cool. Hey, Scott, nice to meet you. I didn't have a chance to be at the presser. Why? Because I was doing this show. And, I really enjoyed what you were saying. I bought a mirror myself. I have a mirror. I look at it. The mirror is up here. When I do the show, I stare at the mirror the whole time.
You sound so corny. Oh, God.
I stare at the mirror the whole time. When you get your assistant GM, you send them my way. Weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever it is. Let's rock it out. The 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. crew, they deserve that.
So here's my pitch. We get his assistant GM on the show every week, but we have to do it from the Chipotle outside the arena.
We're done with the Chipotle.
I think we have to at this point. If we're going to get the assistant GM on the show, we have to drive down to the Chipotle. We have to have you sitting on the patio doing the interview with the assistant GM.
And if you're new to the show, because I know a lot of people are hopping in and hopping out, Wes Wilcox and I, we had Wes Wilcox, the assistant GM, who is now in Utah. We had a situation at a Chipotle where all he did was introduce himself to me, but it was the way he did it that let me know, hey, man, I'm listening.
I know who you are.
I know who you are. Oh, I know who you are. Do you know who I am?
You didn't.
At the time, look, there was a lot going on. My belly was full. I was already with our boss, so I didn't know.
He expected that you knew.
Yes, he did.
Because he said, I'm Wes.
Yes, he did. And then at the end, I dapped him up when he thought I was going to handshake, and that was my goodbye to Wes Wilcox.
So, yeah, whoever Scott Perry hires as the assistant GM, I'm making the pitch. Weekly interview. We'll take every other week, but we have to do it we're going to them, Allen, right? Their offices are right down the street. We're saying we are so committed to this interview with unnamed assistant GM.
Every week we'll go out there.
We will come to, not only do we want to talk to you, we will come to you.
Yeah.
We will meet at a central location down the street from where you work.
That's right. So great stuff from Scott Perry. I think, like I said, he is going to have a lot of power. I think it all comes down to if there's a miss here or a miss there, does that change the situation? We are going to get into the NFL draft. Cam Ward. We have something really fun coming up. No crosstalk today because, like I said, Whitey and Kyle Draper. Kyle might be out today if I'm not mistaken.
Whitey and Jay.
Yeah, Whitey and Jay coming live to you from Tom. So we're going to get into some of the NFL draft stuff. This is going to be one of the most entertaining prop talks coming up in about 5 minutes. Kyle doesn't even know what's going on. This prop talk stuff is getting out of control. I will give you that hint, but I wanted to break this down.
Before we do that, is it going to be better or worse than that time you were betting on Drewski in the Celebrity All-Star Game?
It depends on who you ask. It depends on who you ask. This is bad.
That day was crazy when you were introducing the prospect of Celebrity All-Star Game prop talks.
And lucky enough, my friend couldn't find it in time to put anything in. So I have this from The Athletic, and this makes me very happy, all right? This is a mock draft from The Athletic, and they have the Raiders at number 6 taking Ashton Genty, okay? That's at 6. And at 11, they have the Niners taking Walter Nolan, defensive tackle. And I think that these are two things that both teams need. To be completely honest with you, a lot of people are saying that the Jaguars are going to take Genty. But if he doesn't, knowing the Raiders, they probably won't take him either. But I really hope they do. As far as Walter Nolan is concerned, this is what The Athletic, this is what they write. It's just from the staff. If the board fell this way, the 49ers will be looking at Nolan, Oregon defensive tackle Derek Harmon, Texas A&M defensive end Shamar Stewart, and Texas tackle guard Kelvin Banks Jr. Nolan wins that competition because of the interior of San Francisco's defensive line is currently bereft of talent and because he's such a good scheme fit. So they are thinking that they will go in that direction, obviously continuing to try to help Bosa. Bosa, obviously, he's just getting after the quarterback. Defensive tackle does more than that, trying to stop the run as well. I hope they don't mess around. I've heard that the Niners, for some odd reason, might trade up. I've heard that they might trade down to add more depth. I would agree with them maybe trading down, but they also need to add to the trenches. They need to address the offensive line, of course, at some point. Was a little surprised that they didn't go there first, but they need to find a way to get after the quarterback. And they've been looking for George Kittle's backup for about a decade, and they've been looking for somebody to help Nick Bosa for about a decade as well.
Well, isn't their only free agent signing a backup tight end? So I think
that's right.
That's already checked off. For the Niners' sake, I've seen guard projected at this pick. I've seen defensive tackle. I've seen linebacker. I've seen offensive tackle. I've seen cornerback. So who knows who they're going to take at this point? My opinion is if you're ever in the top 14 or 15 picks, you should always just take best player available. I mean, if you have a quarterback...
That's what the Kings thought they were doing too.
And again, not a flawed logic necessarily. I would just, in the NFL, you never know who's going to slide, right? The Ravens 3 years ago
Shedeur Sanders. Trade Brock Purdy to the Steelers. Go get Shedeur.
And sign Aaron Rodgers.
That's right.
Why would you? Would you rather have the quarterback room? You personally, Allen Stiles. Would you rather have the quarterback room of Brock Purdy and insert generic backup, or Aaron Rodgers, Shedeur Sanders, and Mason Rudolph?
Give me Shedeur. I'm kidding. You got to stick with Brock Purdy. That was from Matt Barrows, by the way. Coming in at number 6, Las Vegas Raiders. Like I said, Ashton Genty out of Boise State. And this write-up is from my guy, Tashawn Reed, friend of the show. The Raiders need help everywhere and will take a true best player available approach to the draft. Once they get on the clock, there's no question that the player is Genty. He should immediately become the difference maker in the backfield that the Raiders have lacked since they let Jacobs walk last offseason. To perform like one of the top running backs in the league, however, he'll need the Raiders to do more to improve an offensive line that was one of the worst in the NFL last year. The lone significant addition they made this offseason was guard Alex Kappa, and he's struggled in back-to-back seasons. O-line has to be a top priority for the Raiders going into day 2 of the draft. Again, that's from Tashawn Reed. So will they go to the trenches first? And that's what I saw from a write-up. Raiders.com. This is from Rhett Lewis, NFL Network host. He's got the Raiders round by round. He's got them taking Armand Membu out of Missouri for the offensive line. So I think it'll either be Genty or it'll be somebody to fix that line so Geno can cook in that dome, baby.
Geno in a dome, man. I still think it's so funny how you're getting excited about Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, and Geno Smith in the Lord's year of 2025.
Hey,
saving the Raiders.
70's the new 30. That's what I keep hearing. As far as the Niners are concerned, I weirdly heard that the Niners might still be looking for a wide receiver. I don't know why this keeps coming up. I really don't.
They have, 11 picks, I believe, the rest of the draft.
Sure,
so
I guess go get somebody. Why
they're going to
not?
have to fill out depth somewhere. This is just,
What about Jacob Cowing?
What about him?
What about him?
The 5th-round pick.
He can fly.
If by Shanahan logic means he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
What about Owens' son, Tariq Owens? Huh?
Sure.
Huh? Is there no one?
They have Brandon Ayuk. They have Ricky Pearsall. They have Juwan Jennings. They have George Kittle.
I don't think they need receivers. This is just what I'm hearing. I also heard Warren from Penn State. The one thing I did hear, Kyle, is if the Niners did try to move up, it would be for that bad man from Penn State, Abdul Carter. That's what I did hear.
That would be interesting. I stopped paying attention to NFL draft stuff years ago.
Come on, man. There's so much hope tonight.
People trying to convince me that Mac Jones was a great quarterback was the reason I gave up caring about the draft. But I will say this. It seems like the dumb organizations are going to do dumb things tonight, and that opens the opportunity for the great organizations that had bad years. This is where you cook. If you're the Ravens who got Kyle Hamilton at 14 somehow, or you're the Niners with the 11 pick and everyone thinks you're a great organization, this is where you can cook. Trade up with Cleveland, trade up with one of these dumb teams. The Jaguars are going to take Ashton Genty for God knows what reason. Just this is your chance to cook.
Like I said earlier in the show, Chris Sims completely ripped Brock Purdy. He said that the Niners should trade Brock Purdy to the Steelers. He also said nobody views Brock Purdy as a top 10 quarterback. We'll have that sound for you in its entirety tomorrow. We don't want to rush it because I have a feeling that is going to make a lot of people want to call in. So we're going to give that to you in its entirety tomorrow. We got some pocket watching on the other side and some of the most bizarre prop talk for the NFL draft to close out the show. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring has sprung, and now is the best time to spruce up your home. Between spring cleaning and evaluating your home, it is the perfect time to reach out to the folks at the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Jason Ross here, and I'm so glad we did. We reached out, and we're now about a month in to our brand new garage doors. Now, first off, we improved our curb appeal. They look great, and it's one of the first things people notice when they approach your home. A new, modern, stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your home, just like it did for us. Also, how about this for a nice benefit? The return of investment. A new garage door is high on the return of investment home improvement project list. It's one of the more cost-effective upgrades you can make to improve your home's value. Hey, see for yourself. Check out their products. Go to the showroom at 6756 Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Looking for fun for the whole family? Sacramento Rivercats Baseball has it all at Sutter Health Park. Enjoy exciting baseball, kids' activities, tasty ballpark treats, and more. Family memories start here. Get your Rivercats baseball tickets at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
NBA tonight. I know not Kings NBA, but there is NBA tonight. And like we've been talking about, bringing it back to the Kings, who do we need to lose so we can poach their players? Let's see tonight, Kyle. I don't think we gotta ask for the Grizzlies to lose. I think that will happen naturally. So
yeah, we got to get lucky on that Ja Morant thing.
For you Ja Morant fans out there, you Ja Morant Kings fans out there that want Ja on the team, I think the Grizzlies will be home and comfy really, really soon. I don't know what to do with the Thunder. I mean, they have such a ridiculous amount of talent. I saw Topic taking shots, and I liked what I saw from him.
Yeah,
what is he, 6'8", 6'9", and it was Achilles, right? It wasn't ACL. It was ACL, not Achilles.
Yes, his was ACL, I believe. He's not going to play this year, but hey, if you want to replace depth, they got draft picks. They still have 3 draft picks. We'll get to it more when the lottery comes around. Oklahoma City still has a 40-something% chance of getting the Sixers pick, which is going to be another top 10 pick.
So we'll see what happens. I know that series is over. Wherever OKC decides to go, I think it really depends on, do they win the whole thing? If they don't win the whole thing, what their needs are. You have the Knicks Pistons tonight. That'll be the first playoff game in Detroit in a very long time. I know they're really excited for that. Hunter Patterson, friend of the show, is obviously there, and he's posting a lot. And it's pretty cool to see as far as who's available that the Kings. I know, Kyle, you got that stupid smirk because you want to joke about Tobias Harris. So you go ahead. I'll give you your time.
We gotta look. I'm telling you, DeMar DeRozan be a great fit on the Pistons. They already play good defense. They need that second scoring option. I'm telling you, we're gonna sell people on Ja Morant, Trae Young, Kevin Durant, Zion Williamson coming to Sacramento. And you know who we might end up with? Tobias Harris. Also, you mentioned Hunter Patterson. I loved he was making the point the other day that his first year covering the Kings, he got the first playoff appearance in 17 years. And then his first year covering the Pistons, he got their first playoff win in 17 years.
That is pretty cool.
Pretty cool double dip for Hunter Patterson. 2 years, 2 17-year playoff droughts broken.
Could I tell you something? Because I don't think that they'll get rid of both. You know who made himself a ton of money? And I know I'm probably falling for it because he'd go to Sacramento and forget how to shoot. But I'm falling for, if you give me Tobias Harris and Malik Beasley, I could be convinced, but I guarantee you Malik Beasley would come out here after a career season at second or third in 6th Man of the Year voting, and the brother, I guarantee he would forget how to shoot. Without a doubt.
Guess what? He was on a prove it deal.
Oh yeah,
unrestricted
they're
free
gonna fall
agent,
for
baby.
it. 16 points. His career average 11 points a game. This season, he's shooting. He is averaging 16.3 points per game, 41% from three. Somebody's going to fall for it, and I don't even know. I don't want it to be the Kings, but I have a weird feeling that it's going to be the Kings. Somebody's going to fall for it. They fall for it every time.
45% from three, baby. You know how much Vivek loves that shooting.
Somebody's going to fall for it. I would even go the opposite. So instead of taking the guy that's having a really good season, you know who just put up a donut in that game? Not that you need another combo guard. Instead of taking the hot guy that's going to cool off, give me Tim Hardaway Jr. That guy's been brutal this season. 0 points.
Yeah.
In the last game, he played 21 minutes as a starter. 0 points. Let's try the opposite. Let's go with the guy who's coming off a terrible season.
Congratulations, new Doug McDermott. You are one step away from being out of the league by signing a minimum contract with the Kings.
That's right. I'm double checking here because I don't want to disrespect Tim Hardaway Jr. But every time I see him, so he's 2 points under his career average at 11 points a game. He's shooting his same 36% from three, actually slightly up by 0.7. Give me Tim Hardaway. What is it, Kyle? Wired. Not Tim Hardaway Jr. That'd be the other one. Wired. Tim Hardaway Jr.
It's tired and wired.
Yes, tired and wired. Tired, you have Malik Beasley. Wired, give me Tim Hardaway Jr.
Reviving Tim Hardaway Jr.'s career. Look, I'm all in on Tobias Harris or nothing. That's what is the most, like, if push comes to shove, we can still set our sights on 1 year and $25 million. Because that's the thing, Tobias's contract would expire in 2026.
And Nuggets Clippers, I saw somebody on the chat earlier say Russell Westbrook's a free agent. No. And don't type that again. No.
Ben Simmons is also a free agent.
No. And don't type that either.
He's also playing in that game tonight, you know?
Don't type that either.
So Russell Westbrook, Ben Simmons backcourt.
But on the other side, if we're looking to poach the Nuggets, I think we're all Clippers fans. Jamal Murray, that's a lot of money, but Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, let's blow that bad boy up. Let's blow Denver up and see what the Kings can get from Denver.
I think my takeaway from this experiment is we just got to keep praying on the Bucks' downfall.
Yeah, it all starts with the Bucks.
Come on, Milwaukee.
Bucks, Nuggets, lose, please.
Let's go Pacers. Just praying on the Bucks' downfall.
I think it's going to happen eventually. All right, Kyle, it's been a while since we played this music, but this is going to be a fun one for the NFL draft. Give me prop talk music. Wow. What a simpler time. The Kings... Well, they weren't relevant, but they were relevant to us.
According to you, we haven't done this in 2 months.
No, I haven't heard
8 days ago.
I haven't heard this song since before I was a father. That's how long it's been.
It's
All
been
right, Kyle.
84 years, but it's only also 8 days.
Are you ready for the most ridiculous prop talk ever?
Absolutely. I haven't heard any of these yet, so hit me with it.
Some of them are ridiculous. Some of them are not as ridiculous. Okay, let's start with, and I'm just going to go random based on how I pulled them up. NFL draft prop talk that I found earlier today, this morning. Over under 3.5 first rounders wearing sunglasses when drafted.
Ooh. Can they wear sunglasses in their house?
If they're wearing them.
Then I'll go over.
Why would you wear sunglasses in your house?
I don't know. Why did CeeDee Lamb take the phone away from his girl? Weird stuff. Why was someone pooping in Mike Vrabel's house? Weird stuff happens during the draft.
I'm saying under. I think the shades are out. Next, this is a normal one. SEC players in the top 10 picks. The number is 3.5. Over, under.
Oh, in the top 10.
Yes, top 10. 3.5 top 10 picks coming from the SEC.
Okay, let's see. So you've got Jalen Walker. Will Campbell from LSU.
I'm saying over.
There. I'm going to say under.
Okay.
I can only count 2 that I know for sure are going.
Over or under 3.5 guest announcers.
Ooh, first round, they don't do a lot of those.
It's at 3.5.
I'll say, well, they got to know, right?
Yeah, right.
They have to know how many there are. So I guess I'm going to say under. It's going to be 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Well, that's why it's set at 3.5. I'm going to go over. I say it's at 4.
Sure.
Next, this is another normal one. Shedeur Sanders. He's set at 11.5. Will he be picked before the 12th pick in the draft, pretty much?
I think that just comes down to, are the Saints going to take him at 9? Because it's either the Saints or the Steelers. So I'm going to say over, which means sliding further in the draft. Like it's going to be 21 or later, which at that point you might as well just wait till the second round.
I think everybody's full of it, and I think Shedeur goes before the 12th pick.
It'll be perfect timing either way.
That's right. And maybe he goes to the Raiders with Geno.
God, that would be so funny. What if after all this he ends up getting taken by the Raiders?
Please.
You wanted it so bad.
Goodell, booed on stage, over or under 10.5 seconds?
We've been nice to him recently, but I'm going to go... Ever since that one year that he was like this to the crowd, everyone's
it's
like,
it's luster.
I respect you now.
Yeah.
I'll still go over.
I'm going under on that. Over or under 3.5 first rounders crying when they get drafted?
Oh, way over. Way over.
Tears, a lot of tears today.
3.5.
Are they still Gen Z? Gen Z's out here crying? Is that what's going on?
Does it count if it's like, remember that one time Jalen Waddle just abandoned his family and left in the middle?
No, we got to see tears.
Yeah, but can it be tears while not like hugging mom or with you? Like when you're
tears,
walking up to the
period.
stage.
Period.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Over or under 2.5 Big Ten players taken?
At all? Or
in top 10
Oh,
picks.
in top 10. Okay. Well, let me think. Abdul Carter. I'll go over.
Okay. Next, you have Travis Hunter. The number is 2.5. Does he get picked before or after the second pick in the draft? 2.5.
I'm going to go over. He's number 2 to Cleveland.
Okay. So you have him, it would be under or before.
Oh, yes. Whatever.
Before 2.5.
Yes.
Okay.
He's going number 2 to Cleveland.
Addison Genty, 6.5 pick in the draft. Is he picked before the 7th pick in the draft?
I think the Raiders got him. Give me lower. He's going to be the number 6 pick in the draft.
First round drip checks. 2.5 mentions of drip.
I guess more? I don't know. What is a mention of a drip?
No. This is insane.
Is that just Reese Davis pointing out the bling?
And last but not least, in round 1, the amount of times Mel Kiper says upside, it's set at 3.5.
Oh, way over.
Hammer that over.
That's a 4.5 hour broadcast, buddy.
There you go.
Be over.
Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thank you all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Kyle, as always. Great stuff from the morning show.